Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Feels kind of strange not having an intro, doesn't it? I totally forgot to do that. Totally forgot to make up an intro and upload it and everything. Sorry about that, eh? So preoccupied with so many other things. But hello, Morbius Dragon and John Davis. Please give me a thumbs up to make sure that everything is looking good in this live stream so that I know I'm not messing up on other things. Had some updates to deal with and stuff, and it's just like, but yeah. So just, there's a delay, and I always hate that there's a delay between me talking to you and people answering in the sandbox, but I like to know if this is actually live streaming properly. You can hear me. Like, it looks like the sound is going okay on mine, and I forgot to put in my earphones too. I'm really distracted today. Oh, I got a thumbs up from John Davis. Okay, it's all good. Still waiting for people to populate the sandbox. I know, it's a strange time of day. I really should start doing these regularly, but until I get a couple other projects off my plate, that's not going to happen. Because I'm so busy with some other things that have deadlines. But welcome. I know I'm overlapping with the Vanguard too, and that's, a lot of crossover audience there. So a lot of the people who watch my show are watching the Vanguard. And I was actually planning on doing this earlier, but then the Vanguard started pretty much right after Boston Brian. And then the Vanguard's going to be on again tonight at 8 p.m. for a premiere of something. So I'm trying to wedge myself in between. Because I imagine the Vanguard will go and want to have dinner, and then that's when I own the YouTube. Oh, but welcome. Feels really weird without the intro, even though I don't hear the intro. Because I play it, but I don't hear it. But let's see, I'll get this plugged in while we're waiting for people. There we go. Please let me know how you two are doing, Morbius Dragon and John Davis. How's your weekend going? I had a pretty good day yesterday. I was busy doing other stuff that's not related to online content creating, which is nice to get a break from that. But it was performance stuff all the same, and I love performing, so it was all good. And then I've been working on the other secret book that I have that I can't tell people about. Because yeah, I kind of have a deadline with that one. Part self-imposed, but part it makes sense, So, I'm looking forward to just getting that book done. It's been like literally a 10-year project to get that book published, and I need it off my plate. I need it off my plate in the worst way. And speaking of books, I have this one that's published, and you guys do know about Necroplasm by me. And I know a couple people who are regulars in the sandbox have bought a copy. I'm super curious if they've had a chance to read it. It's one of those things, like, I know who's bought it, and I'm worried that they don't want to give me feedback because they might not like it. But so far, the feedback that I've gotten, people do like it. And I'm going to be on the Letter Hack this upcoming Friday to talk about my book. So that will be at 10 p.m. Eastern on Friday. I'll be talking about my book with the Letter Hack on his show. Morbius Dragon, I'm high on watching Law and Order. There's some Law and Order issues around being high, isn't there? And John Davis, it was an okay weekend. Nothing good, nothing bad. That's good. It's better than a lot of the other options, I think. But yeah, got a lot of news to cover today because, there is the federal election coming up, which I was hoping wouldn't be until later. Because again, I have these other projects on the go that I want to get done because I've decided to rank priority. And this other book of mine, that's the main priority right now. So I'm focused on that instead of the TYT video, which is still a priority, but just not as much of one. Because when it comes down to it, I'm sure Jank and Anna are probably going to step in it again at some point. So when my video is finally ready to be released, I'm sure something will happen to make it relevant again. My biggest fear, though, and part of what's causing me a lot of anxiety around it, is that by the time I finally get that video finished, for some reason, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like TYT completely dissolves or something like that. And I'm super paranoid about that. But it's like the longer it goes on too, it's like the more content that really should be added to it. So it's a big project and it's overwhelming too. Like I did work on it a bit over the past few days, like re-looking at the script, trying to rearrange things, and it's such a monster of a project. Trying to lay it out in my head, and it's in 4 main sections. So, breaking it into sections helps, and then there'll be a split because at this point I think it has to be 2 videos, otherwise it would just be way, way, way too long. And so then it's a matter of like revamping the script, but then going over the script and watching the video inserts I've already made. And there's a couple that haven't quite been completed yet because again, there's just so much more information going in that more needs to be added, like with Francesca and everything that's happened with her. So some montages are becoming like ridiculously long. So then I have to try to determine, do I want them that long or do I want to break them up and all that sort of stuff? I also have like a bazillion tabs open up on this computer that I just want to close. Like I just want to close it and move on. Like that's the thing. I want to move on from this project. I don't want to be sitting around thinking about it forever. I just want to move on. But, getting this book done is the priority because that's been a 10-year long project. So that one, definitely the priority. And I'm kind of tentatively in contact with somebody who can do the cover that I really like and stuff. And I tell you what, if I get 100,000 subscribers to my YouTube channel, I'll totally tell you which book it is. Hello, B-Cat. Yeah, if I get 100,000 subscribers, I will let you know what the other book is. But I think if anyone stumbles across it, you'd understand why I want to have it separate from my online political YouTube channel. Because I didn't normally get trolls. I've gotten one recently. Huh? That's interesting. And I really don't care what this person says, even though I think a lot of people would be very upset about it. Because they're a troll, I don't care. But it's one of those things too, it's like, well, I should probably remove the comments because I don't want this person upsetting other people who might be in the Sandbox community. So it's always a balance of like, do I strike it off the record? Do I leave it because I don't care? It's neither here nor there. And like, even though what they said is probably like, I don't feel it. It's probably really bad. I just don't feel it because I just don't care. Because I know it's just some troll trying to get under my skin. And when somebody is actively trying to do that, it has like 0 effect on me whatsoever. But I just worry about other people who might see those comments, who might be upset by them. Oh, so yeah. And I also decided to start touching up the drawing I did of Emma because I wasn't happy with it. And I'm still, there's just a little bit about that drawing that I'm like, it doesn't quite hit it. And I think part of it is too, I'm seeing it up close, and up close, I don't really like it because there's not that much detail in it. The picture I was working from is just a screen grab offline. It's not exactly ideal, but I really like the drawing when I'm about 6 feet from it. I do not like it up close at all, but when I'm about 6 feet from it, I think it looks great. But there is still just a little tiny issue around the eye, the one eye, that I'm like, it's not working. There's something about it that's not working. But yeah. So I decided to touch it up a bit. Actually, it's not glaring too bad over here. So I changed the hair over here because she has it kind of layered and off to the side. And I made this kind of loop hair thing that she has going on a little bit more pronounced because she has like this double flip thing usually in her hair. But there's something about this eye that's not sitting with me. that I don't like. And yeah, like up close, I don't like this drawing too much. But when I'm about 6 feet away from it, I actually really like it. Like it looks like her, there's no doubt about it, but there's just something about it that just, I don't know. I don't know. It's not, I'm the artist. I'm very picky about it. But yeah. Oh, yeah. Is it going to focus in? And part of it too is just the picture I was working from. It's not a high detail picture, and the more detail in the picture, the more detailed the drawing. Oh. Hello, Jet. Hello, Zeke the Beast. But yeah, I know there's people in the audience who have bought this book. Can't wait to actually hear people's feedback on it. So you'll have to tune into the Letter Hack on Friday so you can give me the feedback on it. Because, yeah, Letter Hack is doing a show Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern, and I'll be joining him as the author of that book. But yeah, just kind of waiting for people to get in here. I know people are probably still over at the Vanguard. And there's a lot of news to cover today, so... Well, there's always a lot of news to cover. I should do these more than once a week, and then it wouldn't be so bad. But I'm just so caught up. Like, pretty much the only thing on my mind right now is that other book of mine that I need to get it done. I need to get it done. There's somewhat of a timeline on it that I need to get it done. So that's at this point, I'm just going to get the book printed, hopefully, without having the web page or the social medias and stuff ready yet, which is a bit problematic because I don't know where to host the web page for it. I have somebody who's willing to help me create the web page, but I don't know where to host the web page because I really don't want it coming back to me. I don't want it to be trackable. Zeke to Bees. Oh shit, okay, I'll get it to read it before Friday and done before Friday. That's... If you order it now, you might get it in a couple days. And so you'd have to like just sit down one day and read the whole thing. Just don't worry about it too much. I appreciate it. Unless you get the ebook and then you would have it right away. Like I appreciate it, but I don't even think the Letter Hack has a copy. I'm just saying. I don't think he even has a copy. So I don't think he's going to read it ahead of time either. Because I can see how many sales I have. And it's one of those things like when you're a microscopic YouTube channel and you have like 120 subscribers. And so you know every time a single subscriber is added or removed. And that's kind of how it is with the book right now. Like there's just so few copies sold. I know exactly how many there are. And I have a rough idea as to who bought them. Because of what people have said. And Sandy from Environmental Coffee House even posted a picture of her copy on Blue Sky, which was freaking amazing. So it's like, I don't even think that Letterhack has ordered the book and read it. So don't stress about it, Zeke. Jed, I'm going to have sound down to avoid spoilers for when I do read it, Sally. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm going over in my head. Like, am I just going to be talking about the process of writing the book, or am I going to be talking about what's in the book? Because I don't like giving spoilers because I despise spoilers for anything I plan on reading or watching or consuming in any way. Like, I despise them, so I try my best not to give them. And so even when I talk about my book and what's in it, I only talk about it to a point because there is like a definite direction change in the book. Like it's going one way, and then goes bang, which is par in the course for a lot of books, I think. So that's not too surprising that there's a sudden shift in the tone and direction. So I only talk about things up to that point that are in the book, and I don't talk about after that because I don't want to spoil what that is. which is really sad because I would love to say what it is. Like, that's the thing. I would love the day that I get like a whole bunch of people who have just read the book, and then we can just sit down, have a private conversation on here and just talk all about it. But yeah, I guess I'll probably be talking more about the process, but it's hard to even talk about the world of the vampires in it without giving away some spoilers in the book. So it's a balancing game. It would all depend. Like, if the letter hack has read it, then I might be more likely to give spoilers because I'd be picking his brain on things. Uh, because then I'd be super curious to know some things. So, yeah. Let's just say I'll try my best to not have spoilers on it. Because, yeah, I despise spoilers, but I really love this book, and I can't wait to start writing the other books related to this book, which is the project to do basically after after the election, after the TYT video, and after my other book is published. Then I can start working on other things. But why don't we actually get into the news of the day? Because I don't want to be on here too late. I need to unwind. I've had a busy weekend. It's not a bad weekend, I'm just busy. And I wouldn't mind some time to myself because tomorrow I'm just working on the other book. Like, just that's it. That's all I'm doing is working on that. So, because I have to do like photography and stuff for the pictures for the webpage and the social medias and stuff. And lots of work, lots of work. But why don't we get into the news of the week? So we're going to start off with the federal election happening here in Canada, because that's pretty important right now. And I despise polls. I despise them so much because all the polls are saying, oh, Mark Carney is so much in the lead. And it's entirely possible he is. Like, it's really, really, but it's also entirely possible he's not. Polls are just so, they're educated guesses. They can't take in all the different factors, and we're living in a bubble here. So all of the stuff that I see about Pierre Poilievre is pretty much negative, like the comments and things of that sort, because that's the way that the algorithms serve it up to me. The stuff about Mark Carney, that's a little bit more mixed. There's a mix of positive and negative that I get about him all the time, because like on my Twitter profile and stuff, I have a lot of like liberals. And also a lot of people who are far more progressive that were co-following, were mutuals and stuff. So I tend to get a little bit more mixed. Like, the liberals are very positive about him. The progressives are a little bit more hesitant about him. And I think that's actually a good reflection of what I've learned about him so far, is that there are actually some really decent things about him. But there are still some really milquetoast and not good things about him. So he would be very much the status quo, but I think in a few little areas, he's going to be better than Justin Trudeau. But in a few little areas, definitely status quo. And that's not good for anyone. And I don't know the extent of all the policies and stuff that he wants, but I'm fairly certain that they're going to end up benefiting a lot of the wealthier people versus just the average Canadian. More, just given his background and stuff. But, gathering the information I have for him this week, I'm actually like, some of this it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Like, he hasn't completely won me over, but like I said, I'd be so much happier if he was prime minister than Pierre Poilievre, because Pierre Poilievre is just horrible. He's horrible. And so we're going to be seeing a lot of horrible things from Pierre Poilievre first. And one of the things that's funny is, in my last live stream, I was talking a lot about how there used to be very much an attachment, an intermingling of conservatives and MAGA. And Pierre Poilievre was like a big fan of Donald Trump and MAGA and stuff like that. And Pierre Poilievre is definitely, swimming with the sharks. He was supportive of the Freedom Convoy. He has ties with right-wing influencers online and stuff. So he is definitely of that camp. But just given how so insanely horrible Trump has been lately, they want to do this separation, because it turns out a lot of Canadians, even a lot of conservatives, don't like what Donald Trump is doing. Because conservative Canadians tend to be a little nationalistic and they don't like this 51st state rhetoric. The tariffs are an issue for people here in Canada too. A lot of the conservative working class people despise the tariffs and what that will do to the economies and stuff. And just this outrageous stuff of Trump wanting to take over Greenland, take over the Panama Canal and stuff. And a lot of conservatives that were normally on his side are just like, what is going on? And then even some of them are upset with like the disappearances of people going on down there, because it's kind of like here we have progressive till Palestine. There are some people who claim to be progressives, and then all of a sudden once it gets to Palestine, they're like, but that, Hamas, Israel is good, Hamas bad, So they're progressive to a point, and I think we're finding what that point is in the opposite direction. So conservatives are conservative to a point, and then they start saying, you're going too far. But let's get into some of the things. Like Pierre Poilievre, again, desperately is trying to distance himself from Donald Trump right now. How good of a job is he doing at that? So we have here from the Montreal Gazette, Poilievre unveils Quebec platform, promises to respect provinces' autonomy. Okay. Let's just say, let's see what he actually says in this article about Quebec. A conservative government would respect Quebec's autonomy, protect the French language, and reduce the number of non-permanent residents in the province by half, the party's Quebec platform says. Outlining the platform during a rally in Quebec City area Wednesday night, leader Pierre Poilievre pledged to adopt reasonable federalism while defending Quebec's culture and interests. Let's get down to what he said. Let's see, where is it? Right here. Vows to fight woke ideology. How old is this article? This is from March 27th. So yeah, a lot of the issues around Donald Trump and the tariffs and the 51st state were already in existence at that point. And at that point, Pierre Poilievre was trying to distance himself from Donald Trump. But here he is using woke ideology. Like that is MAGA rhetoric right there. So here we have the party's platform for the province touches on several Quebec-specific issues while also detailing broader conservative promises such as fighting woke ideology. A conservative government, and this is in quotes from the document about what the conservative platform is, a conservative government would put an end to the imposition of woke ideology in the federal civil service and the allocation of federal funds for university research. Oh, so you're going to defund some universities if you don't like what they're saying. Okay. So you don't like this woke ideology, so you're going to defund universities you deem to be woke. In addition to protecting the French language and promoting Quebec's culture, it says the Conservatives would not fund the costly and unpopular Quebec City tramway project, but would support a third vehicle bridge between Quebec and Levis. Okay, there was some more here that I wanted to get to. The platform says Conservative government would also conserve Radio-Canada services across Canada, the country, and name a Governor-General who is fluent in both French and English. Speaking to a crowd of people waving a small Quebec flags, Poilievre appeared to Quebec voters throughout the rally. Wow, it's been a weekend. To Quebec voters throughout the rally. He spoke of how his wife, Aneda, grew up in Pointe-aux-Tremblay and mentions here we go. The rest of Canada has much to learn from Quebec's courage and determination in preserving its culture and identity and way of life. So they're talking about like Bill 21 that they have over there, which bans people from wearing religious symbols such as, hijabs in government work positions. So if you are a public sector worker, You're not allowed to wear headscarves, turbans, things of that sort. Though that's a big no-no in Quebec. Quebecers do not tear down their statues, pull down their flags, or hide their identity. And they're talking specifically, like Pierre Poilievre, really upset about some John A. Macdonald statues that have been torn down. And that gets tied back into this. But he's upset because he's a big fan of John A. Macdonald. He continued, they sing their songs, tell their stories, and don't hide who they are. On immigration, Poilievre argued the Liberals have ruined Canada's immigration system and said Quebecers are now paying the price for it. He said Quebec's schools are lacking teachers, parents can't find spots for their children in daycares. Francesian courses are overflowing, and the housing crisis is worsening. So remember what I was saying about the public sector workers? You're going to lose a lot of teachers if you start doing things like banning religious symbols like hijabs. I'm just saying. That's a problem. That's a problem. You're going to start losing teachers that way if you start limiting who is allowed to use the whole freedom of expression thing while in the classroom. The Quebec nation has always been generous and welcoming to newcomers, he said, but now Quebec is at the breaking point because it's just overflowing with all these other people who have come into the province, according to Pierre Poilievre. That is what is wrecking Quebec. All these others coming into Quebec. That is what's destroying the province, Not the housing policies that are horrible on the federal level. Nothing like that. Like nothing that the government actually does is causing, pain for people who are living in Quebec. It's all on the newcomers. That's all it is. There's just way too many newcomers coming in. And then there's some poll stuff here that I do not care about polls. I think polls should be banned during the election cycle. So here he is, talking about woke ideology, defunding woke universities, and how, Quebec has just been swamped by immigrants. Yep, totally separating himself from Trump there. So separate. So complete. There's no likeness between him and MAGA. None. Well, that's not all. So Jason Powell had just tweeted this out from CPAC. Asked why he intends to fight woke ideologies in university, he spews out his radical political ideology, saying he's against radical political. Let's listen to this. It's quite interesting.
Well, the money we spend on research will go to research, not to promoting political ideologies. We want, for example, our science and technology research to go into technological breakthroughs, inventions, innovations, discoveries, cures for terrible diseases.
Cures for terrible diseases? What, you mean like COVID? Maybe there's a vaccine. Oh, right. He was supportive of the Freedom Convoy. That was like totally anti-vax. So I guess they only want cures to some illnesses.
And improve Canadian lives. That is what Canadians expect their tax dollars to go to, not to spend it on radical political ideologies that are, first of all, completely out of touch with the values of Canadians.
Radical political ideologies that are out of touch with Canadians, things like, universal health care, affordable housing, things that are totally radical and out of touch, accepting people for who they are, if they're queer or non-binary, transgender, like that's just radical political agendas right there, human rights. That is so woefully woke, believing in human rights.
And second of all, have no scientific value to our people. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes today's press.
Yeah. Radical political ideologies. Again, he's just so far from MAGA right there. There's more. So this was him on a news show, the Toronto Sun. So looked and sounded like PM. So the Toronto Sun says Pierre Poilievre looked and sounded like PM material during yesterday's campaign stop. Today he looked and sounded like presidential POTUS material by bragging about his crowd size. before talking about slashing government jobs. Totally not like Trump. Totally not like Trump. Let's listen.
With Kingstonist.com.
Hi, Bill.
How are you?
Great. How did you like our rally yesterday?
It was nice. Big crowd.
Very big crowd. How many people do you think were there?
3,000 to 4,000.
It's pretty big. When was the last time you had that in Kingston?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But I am.
Yeah. Pretty big crowd that I had, huh? You know, lots of people came to my crowd. Huge crowd. Biggest crowd you've ever seen in Kingston, huh? Yeah. How can you validate that for me? I'm asking you about it because I need that. I need to hear that validation that, you know, my size is good. I need to hear that from people, that I have a good big size crowd.
I understand too that a lot of your supporters came out from across the region as well, not just this riding. So
that was nice of them in this rain. It was a rough night to drive in.
What? They traveled in rain? You know it's a really dedicated crowd if they travel in rain in Canada. Because it's not like we're not used to driving through blizzards or anything of that sort, but rain, whoo! There's no like rain tires you put on your car. There's snow tires, there's summer tires, but there's no rain tires that you can put on your car. So it's astonishing that they traveled through rain to get to my rally. You know, they're dedicated that way.
I don't know. Did John A. Macdonald have crowds like that when he was the MP here?
Something about the thing, like when John A. Macdonald was prime minister in this country, a lot fewer people. A lot fewer people. Also, transportation. Actually, the rain would have been an issue back then. That would have actually been a problem back then, trying to get through that on the roads they had and whatnot. So that would have been more problematic, having rain back then and trying to get to a rally. But it's like, oh, do you think I'm as good as John A. Macdonald when it comes to size? I'm just like John A. Macdonald. Like, that's what he's wanting right here with that dorky smile of his.
You may have had a few crowds around City Hall back in the day. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you about one of the questions I'm going to ask you is about putting Sir John A.'s statue back in Kingston and the impact that might have on Indigenous relations and truth and reconciliation.
So it sounds like the statue of John A. Macdonald that has gone down, he wants to put back up. So it's not just about halting things that we have progressed forward on. It's actually about reversing them as well. You know, he wants to put back up these monuments of these monsters who first came over to this country. And John A. Macdonald is one of the architects of the residential school system. This country was founded on white supremacy. It's not, you know, subtle. It's pretty much written into it that country was founded on white supremacy. And so here's Pierre Poilievre wanting to celebrate that and put back up more statues of Sir John A. Macdonald.
But I did want to also touch on this other question here, that experts have predicted that Kingston will be kind of shielded from the impact of the severest impact of the tariff war.
Okay, and then they just get into some other stuff about Kingston. That's the part that I wanted to get to. But it's not just who he is. It's about how his party also engages with the press and, the type of environment and atmosphere that he creates within his base. And so you have issues like here. So this is from Greg McErchin. I do not know how to say these names. So he says today in Petty Harbor, pro tip, never ever as a politician staffer should you be touching, let alone pushing a journalist. That's what it looks like to me, at least around the 0.41 mark. And to the journalists who taught me this way back in my Nova Scotia legislator days, thank you. So there's often a lot of video out there of like right-wing agitators that will go out to different events, sometimes with politicians and stuff. And if one of the bodyguards pushes them out of the way, they freak out and they say it's assault, and they go through all of this sort of stuff. And sometimes you can see the video and it's like an honest to God accidental bump, but they're like freaking out over the top. Oh my God, these people are completely out of control and all that sort of stuff. But when it's the conservatives doing it, for some reason, it never seems to be a problem. It never seems to be a problem when they're doing all this horrendous shit. And we're seeing it down in the States again so much. Like, just, we say it, but I don't think people really comprehend and absorb how bad it is that if like Biden were to be doing anything of what Trump is doing right now, there'd be outrage. And I think one example recently that was being shown was when some soldiers who had died in the line of battle or something, and they were being repatriated. I forget the term. And apparently Biden was there. He looked at his watch and there was all this outrage of like, he's not paying attention. He's being disrespectful. Blah! Meanwhile, instead of attending that ceremony, Donald Trump decided to go golfing. And where's the right-wing outrage on that? Of course it doesn't exist. But neither does it exist coming from the liberals. Like, you don't see them latching on to these issues and blowing them out of proportion. And sometimes it might actually be a good idea if they start doing it a little bit more. Because it's like the right wing is in a culture war with us. And so far, a lot of people, like center and liberal related, they're not engaging and they're just being pushed over. And unfortunately, like the thing about wars is sometimes a side is dragged in and they don't want to be there. Like, it's usually there's an invading force and the right wing is trying to invade, you know, what we do, our lives, our who we are and stuff. They want to invade and take us over. And the liberals are just kind of like, it's really not such a big deal, is it? Meanwhile, some of the progressives are screaming, this is a really big deal and it's human rights issues and all that sort of stuff. So as much as it is a balancing game of, you know, picking and choosing, it is, you have to pick your battles and you do have to engage in the culture war, and you can't just let the right take a hold of all these things while the center and left are kind of like, whatever. You have to pick and choose your battles, but then you also have to spin it and make it about the bigger issues. Like, don't just talk about the culture war issues, expand on it and use the culture war issues to grab the attention. And then once you have it, actually make it about the bigger issues. Like, once people are paying attention, talk about the housing crisis, the capitalism, the transfer of wealth up to billionaires, and make it about that. So let's see what these people part of the PC party did.
Many of the conclusions that you just made.
Okay, we also want to show you this scene today in St. John's, where Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre joined a local candidate, a guy named Steve Kent, who I've known for a long time, at a wharf in the town of Petty Harbour. And reporters arrived on the scene to a very tightly controlled event and tried to scrum the local candidate.
We have a leader here who is the only person who's going to stand up to Donald Trump and Mark Carney. And I'm proud to be part of that team.
Okay.
As we saw, there's no way in hell Pierre Poilievre is going to stand up to Donald Trump. We'll get more into it when I have some speeches that Mark Carney made, and he kind of points out how bad Poilievre is when it comes to Donald Trump.
There's a picture of you going around on social media wearing a Make America Great hat.
This event isn't open for questions, it's just for coverage. Okay?
We're on a wharf in Petty Harbour.
Yeah, it's a public.
Darn it. Twitter? Okay, it's getting all choppy here. I have to backtrack a bit. It's probably because I have like a bazillion tabs open right now. Can you do this smoothly?
We're on a wharf in Petty Harbour.
Yeah, it's a public place.
Okay, perfect.
It's not doing... Okay, so yeah, so there was that one guy there. This isn't playing smoothly, unfortunately. I'll try refreshing the page. where it does very much look like he is not just pushing, but like pushing, like full motion pushing out of frame somebody. Like not just a shove, but like I'm going to keep pulling you back. Let's see.
Okay, we also want to show you this scene today in St. John.
Make America great.
This event isn't open for questions. It's just for coverage, okay?
We're on a wharf in Paperback.
Yeah, it's a public place.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so you just saw it right there.
Okay, so
This event isn't open for questions. It's just for coverage.
Yeah, watch this guy right here.
Yeah, it's a public place.
Okay, perfect.
It looks like he's pushing him, and not just a
so
shove,
Emily,
but like really
your
pushing
thoughts
him.
on Carney's response on plagiarism and this moment here in St. John's, just to give people a little bit of context. Steve Kent, he's not some rookie politician. He's a former deputy premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. He's a cabinet minister. And he did post a selfie of himself wearing a MAGA hat. It was years ago, sort of before the new Trump stuff. Like, it exists. We're connected on social media, and I saw it there. But they got in the middle of the scrum attempt right away, Emily, and moved him away. There was hands on reporters at various times and on photographers, you can see on the video. No media embedded on the bus, but then, you know, you try to scrum the local candidate, and they sort of get in the middle of it. So,
okay. So we're going to start getting into some candidates that had to drop out. But before we do that, let's check into the Sandbox, because, you know, these conservatives who are totally nothing like Trump and MAGA, who a lot of them have pictures of them wearing MAGA hats. It's trying to separate themselves from it now is really ridiculous. But we're going to start getting into like some candidates that have been kicked out of parties. And time's a ticking for that, because after tomorrow, they can't be replaced. So like tomorrow's the last day that you can put your name on the ticket. And so anyone who's on the ticket as of tomorrow remains on it. And there's still some really horrible people who haven't been kicked off. So we're going to see some people who have and some people who haven't. But let's see. So many people are jumping into the Sandbox. Let's see. Let's see. Gunstroke the Cybertonian. Sorry, I haven't been around a lot, been stressful a lot lately, still working on getting to Mexico on my own. Got the dual citizenship, but no Mexican passport since birth. Watching the new Devil May Cry anime helped me out since interest and looking after myself through distraction helps. Well, I hope you're able to get it through that and you can get your passport all right. Hello, Manoop. Hello, Brandy Nuance? Is it just Nuance? Hello, Bobby and B-Cat. Did I say B-Cat already? If not, I'm definitely saying B-Cat. Oh, let's see. And so many colorful emojis. Wow. Everyone's saying hi to everyone, which is great. Warm welcomes are good. Hello, Mozart. For those of you who are just jumping in now, on Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be on the Letter Hack too. Talk about my book. Oh, it's all, there we go. Talk about my book now that it's in focus. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. So be sure to buy it. I'll try my best not to give spoilers. Oh, hello, Sammy. Let's see, am I missing? Oh, Soul Life, hi. I don't want to miss anyone. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Yell at me if I've missed you. Hello, Autumn Leaves. It's been a while. Let's see, let's see. Hello, the Wild West. Okay, I think I got everyone. Soul Life, some of us pee on their leg to give a warm welcome. I'll let you guess who. My cats don't even do that. And I've been working on a lot of stuff. Like even when I'm not live streaming, I'm working. And when I'm live streaming, I work all day because I've been at this since before noon, trying to get all the tabs, the dockets in line, reviewing the articles and stuff. So I at least know in my brain the kind of commentary that I'm going to be doing and stuff. But when I'm not working on this, I'm working on the other stuff. So I have this drawing of Emma, but I've been working on it and I still feel like I need to tweak it because I'm still not satisfied with it. Like it looks like her. There's no doubt it looks like her. None. But it's still there's just something about this area here that just doesn't look right to me. And part of it is the picture I was working from. It's just a screen grab. It's not the best picture in the world to be working from. And the better the picture, the better the drawing. But like I changed the hair from last time because she has it more layered up here. So I'm going to have to add a new frame to the video that I did of this drawing coming to life. Once I really feel like it's done. But right now, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it's done. And like this drawing over here, this amazing drawing. I can't stop looking at it because it's done. And I see it and I still don't comprehend that I did it. It is something that is just so mind-blowing that I don't understand how that came from my hands, this drawing here. Because when you see this one up close, the detail and everything, and it is just phenomenal. And it's like I'm complimenting this person who did it like it's not even me because I don't understand how I did it. And I think that's part of the issue with this drawing of Emma, for me anyway, is that at a distance, this drawing looks really good, but close up, I don't like how it looks at all. And I see it primarily up close when I'm drawing it, but like when I'm looking at it close, it doesn't look right. But at a distance, the further back it goes, the better it gets. There we go. Try to get it in so it's not so reflective. Let's see. Monope says the drawing looks amazing. Well, thank you. And BCat, it's beautiful to me. Like, yeah, it's still a good drawing. It's just, it's not to my standard. Let's see. Brandy Nuance. That was the first thing I saw. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. Sammy, up close, it's amazing. Yeah. Sammy, the cat's detail is awesome. Brandy, it's pencil. All pencil, so graphite. Which is part of the reason why it's hard to show on here sometimes because of the reflection, but it's all pencil. All pencil. But like this drawing, again, this drawing is all pencil as well. It goes from a range of like 6H to 8B. And this one I love looking at up close. So it's like there's a different experience with my drawings depending on how far away you are from them. But this one up close, I love looking at it. Like sometimes if I'm sitting here working, I can get distracted in the eyes of Thumper. But this one, I think, again, it's the picture I was going from wasn't very detailed. So therefore the drawing is not very detailed. So I tried to throw in some details and stuff. Like this is the necklace that she always wears and stuff. She'd probably even be able to recognize that shirt that she's wearing. But yeah, I don't know. I'll be tweaking on it some more. Soul Life, number 3 pencils are best to chew on. They're very sweet. Oh, okay. Autumn Leaves, no one's more critical of an artist's work than the artists themselves. That is very true. Very true. But, oh, okay. So, why don't we get back into it? Because, this is a political news show. It's called Left of the Box because I'm on the left of the political spectrum. And it's all about thinking outside the box, which I tend to do. But thank you, everyone, for popping into the Sandbox and saying stuff. It helps in the algorithms when there's more engagement. And so I super appreciate it. Let's see. So, there are some horrible candidates in this election so far, in this federal election, which is par for the course. Like, there's a lot of vetting that has to happen. But especially with a snap election, it's hard to vet properly, which I think is funny because it's more of the conservative candidates who have been kicked out at this point than any of the other parties. And the conservatives should have known this was coming. Like, that's the thing. In this federal election, as soon as Chrystia Freeland called out Justin Trudeau last fall, they should have immediately gotten in gear and knew this was happening. And they should have started vetting and getting all their ducks in a row type thing then. To wait until it's actually officially called, this is one of the areas where it's like, no, you need to start grooming candidates well before the election. When it comes to the party, like the riding associations and stuff of that sort, you need to start grooming the candidate. You have to start encouraging, who you want to see run to actually get out in the community more and make themselves more known in public and things of that sort. So as soon as you can register to be the candidate, you are. And so that your name is already out there, the community has already known who you are. You have to do this proactive work, and all the parties knew this was happening. Like, you knew. And considering how hard the conservatives were pushing for an early election, it's kind of ridiculous how bad they were at picking candidates. So let's go over who some of these horrible people are. Because when you get kicked out of the Conservative Party, it's bad. But also what's really bad is some of the people they still have not kicked out of the Conservative Party. And like I said, they have till tomorrow. Because after tomorrow, whoever's on the ballot stays. So even if a candidate drops out at that point, their name is still on the ballot. And for people who don't pay that much attention to politics, they might be like, oh, this person whom I'm vaguely, they're the conservative. I'll check them off, even though they're completely unaware they're no longer in the race. And that has happened. It's really bad municipally, like when it comes down to like municipal levels where a candidate can drop out and they still get half the votes because people are so unaware of what's happening. And so they have until tomorrow to put another name on the ballot. So they can still get somebody else in these ridings. But after tomorrow, that's it. Whoever's on the ballot stays on the ballot, whether or not they're still officially in the race or not. So here we have the first one. Conservative candidate booted out after CTV News uncovers audio of joke about Justin Trudeau and the death penalty. A joke, you say? Oh, I didn't get to watch this before because there was some issues with the playback of it. So let's see. I don't know what this says. I read the article. Let's see what this says.
And also, it contrasts with what is happening, Marcia, on our breaking news site right now. A conservative candidate has been removed from the race. He's from Windsor, and the reason why he's been removed is because we have audio of him talking about his support for public hangings. The conservatives acted to remove him right away when this surfaced. So what is the delay? Why is the delay? Why did Mr. Carney choose to do so? So those will be the contrasting questions that will occur later today.
Oh. I think it was a different one where I had problems with the playback. So I did see this one. So yes, there was a conservative candidate joking about public hangings. It's funny how often conservatives joke about the death penalty. Because Doug Ford was guilty of that during the provincial election, when he was saying that he wants certain criminals to go to Sparky, as in the electrical chair. Like, all these conservatives, they don't want restorative justice at all. They just want punishment, and brutal, violent punishment. And yet they keep on saying that we're the reasonable ones. We just want to kill people. Like, we want to see executions of people. We want the public to see these public, like, executions of people. Because we're the party of family values? So, a conservative candidate who once voiced his support for public hangings, even joking that former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau should receive the death penalty, will no longer be running to represent the party after CTV News first obtained audio of his comments. The comments are clearly unacceptable. Mr. McKenzie will not be the conservative candidate, spokesperson says. Let's get down to here. So it was back in 2022. He made remarks in the now defunct comedy podcast called Mark and Chris Podcast. Content from the podcast has since largely been wiped online. The episode was released in 2022 at the Freedom Convoy that took over downtown Ottawa for 3 weeks amid political division over pandemic restrictions and mandates. Again, it's the disproportional reaction to certain things, like, public health saying you should wear masks to help stop the spread of a deadly virus, and the conservatives immediately saying we need to have a public execution of you because you said that. It's just, what? Like, it's like, oh no, public health is wanting to impose masks and things of that sort. It's like, how dare you ask me to wear a mask? You should die. It's just, it's a very disproportional reaction to safety, health measures. So during the episode, McKenzie, who called Trudeau an idiot amid aftermath of protests, spoke to his co-host about the need to hold your politicians accountable and for more regular people to run for office. When his co-host expressed doubt over the impact the city councillor can have on issues like lockdowns, McKenzie pushed back and said, we all need to band together. Let's see. He then spoke about the need to return to medieval-era methods as a way to invoke change, going on to say, I'm also in favor of public hangings. So I think we need to bring them back. I think they should bring back the electric chair as well. But again, only if you're like 1,000,000% positive. Like, no, but you know what I mean, McKenzie added. I think he's like, only if you're 1,000,000% positive that the person you're executing is guilty. And that's part of the problem with the death penalty is you can never be 100% on that. There are always going to be cases where it seems like for sure this person is the guilty party, only for it to turn out that it's not. And then you've executed an innocent person. And it's a very barbaric practice. And the idea of wanting to go back to medieval era shows of executions and torture, like what? Like it wasn't just executions back then. It was really brutal torture. And so the conservatives want to go back to that. Like, so many in the parties talk about this sort of thing. It is, they're just a bunch of sadists. That's all it is. And they just want permission to be these horrible, horrible people. While going back and forth with his co-host about his support for the death penalty, McKenzie went on to give example of cases where it should be applied and included Trudeau's name. But again, like, Paul Bernardo just fucking killed that guy. I guess that's probably what the explicitive is. Why are my tax dollars going to keep that guy alive? Charles Manson, people like that, Jeffrey Dahmer, you know what I'm saying. If you're 100% certain, Epstein, you know this guy what I'm saying, Justin Trudeau, McKenzie said while laughing. So I don't know, like, I guess this was a comedy podcast, so maybe he was trying to joke by grouping in Justin Trudeau with, like, some of the worst serial killers known. And in Epstein's case, sex traffickers of minors and whatnot. So maybe he was joking, but there's some things that's just, it won't land. It won't land. Justin Trudeau, lots wrong with him. Serial killer, sex trafficker, not part of the no, that's not something he's done. So you don't group that in with such a horrible group of people. Following that comment, Mackenzie referred to strict policies in China, saying, look, man, even look at some like China. You steal something, there goes your hand. You know? No, I don't know. I don't think that's a current policy in China. I could be wrong, but I don't think in China, if you steal something right now, you lose a hand. And I don't think that was really something that happened in, I don't know if that was something that was happening in China a lot. But no. What would be the point in taking someone's hand after they've stolen something, which then makes them less likely to be able to find meaningful work? I like the restorative justice angle when it comes to crime in general, and also preventing why people are turning to crime in the first place. But this guy goes on and says, and you know why? That's because nobody effing steals in China or in Thailand. You know, you don't explicitive around there because you're losing your hand. Later adding, I'm against a lot of things China does, not that. Then just taking the hands off of people who were caught stealing, that's pretty bad. You should be against that. You should be. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is campaigning, blah, 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 blah. But here's something that's also interesting. Speaking to CTV News on Tuesday, Mackenzie said he is disappointed that the party is deciding to go in a different direction, and he said is sorry despite also saying his comments have been taken out of context. Now that I'm actually walking those shoes, I'm a politician now, I'm an elected official, looking back, you know, I shouldn't have said those, but again, it was very much taken out of context. Again, this was a comedy podcast, maybe this was just joking around, but we'd have to hear it and see it in order to know for sure. And if you're so quick to take it down, then maybe it's because it's not that funny. Maybe because there's too much of the grains of truth coming through in it. But here we go. When asked whether the party knew about his comment prior to CTV News story, Mackenzie said he had heard the party was aware of it during the nomination process, adding that he had disclosed his podcast in his application and that audio had previously released back in 2022 when he was running for city councillor. So that's some vetting process there, if they knew about this, because I've been through the vetting process, so I know they want to know all the websites you're a part of, what kind of comments you've been doing on it. They want to know. They want to know that, you know, if the other parties go searching, do some oppo research, what might they find? And if it's something that they feel like they can handle or not. But joking about, you know, executing the prime minister and grouping him in with some of the worst monsters in the world. But also, I don't know how much he was joking about the public hanging thing. Just, you know, these conservatives that are constantly about family values and a person's right, you know, freedom and all that sort of stuff. They are anything but. And there's also this conservative who's been dropped. So conservatives dropped Montreal candidate who shared conspiracy theories on social media. Publish a non-vetted tweet on X and expect ostracization, Stephen Marquis said in Tuesday's post. So Stephen Marquis announced on X Tuesday that he's no longer candidate for the Conservative Party of Canada in Montreal riding of Laurier Sainte Marie due to recent posts he made on the social media platform. Recent posts. That's more problematic too. Because if it is something from over 10 years ago, there's a lot more wiggle room. Has that person grown since? Is there something? But if it's a recent post, a lot more problematic and would easily be spotted by anyone doing oppo research and should have been spotted by the vetting team. In a lengthy post written in both French and English, Marquis said that he was called Tuesday morning by Quebec's operations managers for the party and told that certain people within the party found recent posts to be sufficient reason to end political collaboration. The call lasted less than a minute, he said. Well, by its own violation, the CPC chose to abruptly cut loose a devoted ally willing to operate notoriously complicated political landscape, renowned, blah, 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 blah. And so let's see. Do we have? what the posts were. So the Conservative Party confirmed that Marquis was no longer candidate. Marquis had made several posts and comments relating to conspiracy theories on the subject such as COVID-19, vaccines, the World Economic Forum, and the invasion of Ukraine. So, anti-vaxxer, which probably cost the lives of people. Anti-vaccine, which is currently costing the lives of people. You know, measles and stuff is a huge issue right now when it doesn't have to be. World Economic Forum. I wonder what he could be talking about with that one. Like if there's any undertones to talking about that could be problematic. Yeah. It's a very anti-Semitic trope. And the invasion of Ukraine. Marquis was not the only candidate to be dropped. And he wasn't the last candidate to be dropped, because there's also Conservatives drop BC candidate, new Westminster Burnaby Mulladerville. Real estate agent Lauren Singh is the third candidate to be dropped by Tories on Tuesday. So this all happened pretty quickly. But the thing is with this guy, we don't actually know. So Conservatives dropped Lawrence, the party candidate for the area I just said. Singh is the third candidate to be dropped. When reached by phone, Singh refused to comment. Also, the Conservatives did not share a reason for why they dropped Singh, merely confirming that he was dropped as a candidate in an online email to CBC News. So we don't even know why this person was dropped, just that he was. And I think people have a right to know what kind of people are going for the Conservative parties and who initially gets past that vetting. I think we should know. But he's not the only one that we don't really know anything about, because there's also this person, another person. And let's see. We'll have to play this one.
Breaking news to tell you about: the Conservative Party has dropped yet another candidate from running in the federal election. In a short statement, the party confirms that Simon Payette will not be the candidate for the Quebec riding of Berthier-Maskinongé. The statement goes on to say Payette's conduct is, quote, completely inappropriate and cannot be excused. We're working to find out more details regarding the actions in question and the decision to cut ties.
So again, another candidate just dropped, and we don't even know why. Let's see. What order did I want to do these in? Okay. So those are the candidates they've dropped. Now, here are some of the candidates they haven't dropped yet. So this is from Press Progress. Conservative candidate used a secret signal group chat with Freedom Convoy leaders, right-wing media, and far-right influencers. Signal group chat. Where have I heard that recently? How could that possibly be problematic for government officials to be using signal chat groups? So Andrew Lawton was a member of the clandestine group chat used to coordinate convoy messaging on social media. So this guy, as is pointed out by this person, is still a candidate. One of Pierre Poilievre's high-profile Conservative candidates was a member of a secret group chat used by Freedom Convoy leaders and their lawyers to coordinate messages on social media with right-wing alternative media personalities and far-right social media influencers. The group chat on Signal, an encrypted messaging app, is called Canada Freedom Rights Movement, and includes over 50 names associated with the Freedom Convoy and the Canadian far right. The group chat was first created around the time of the Emergencies Act inquiry, but remains operational today. Messages obtained by Press Progress suggest the group chat was created to give convoy leaders and their lawyers the ability to coordinate media messaging comm strategy with alt-media influencers who were cautioned that the language we use is incredibly important. You see, I would love to see this type of strategy from the left. The right does a very good job of onboarding other people on the right, of getting sure that everyone's behind the same message and things of that sort. There's not so much of that happening on the left, unfortunately. Like, where's the secret signal, like the signal chat groups for leftists where we plot, our talking points? I want in on that. And I know part of it is we would all be arguing. Like, that's the thing. We would all be arguing over what those talking points would be. Because the thing that's a lot different between the left and the right when it comes to this is that, the right is often bought and paid for. It's easy for them to coalesce behind certain talking points because that's what's giving them their attention, their money, all of that sort of stuff. And they're so outrageous that it's like they like to one-up each other there. Whereas on the left, you have people that are actually principled and have beliefs and are trying to, express what they want and feel. And so there's less cohesion because we're not being bought. We're talking from like what's inside us and what we're really truly, trying to fight for. And so there can be a lot more arguments because for some of us, we don't move on certain positions where other people think we should move on certain positions. And so there can be a lot more arguing on the left than the right. Whereas on the right, it's like, if you want this money to continue whatever, grift you're doing, you say these talking points. So an 88-page document with instructions on messaging and narrative control was made available to the alt media personality, influencers, lawyers, and blah, 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 blah. The group chat description identifies itself as clandestine group, and new members are warned to remember the first rule of Fight Club. Ha! The first rule of Fight Club is there is no Fight Club. I'm sorry if I just totally spoiled that movie for you. I hate spoilers. But it's like, this is what they like to do, though. They like to have this idea of having like these clandestine groups that make them like cosplay world significance. It makes them feel grander than what they actually are. And it gives them part of like, it's a very strong sense of belonging to this very important but secret group. And that can be very alluring to some people, to be in the know, to be part of this, like, oh, we're totally going to take over the world with this type mentality, and to be part of like this group that seems to know more about what's going on than the average person. It is a very alluring thing to be part of. So that's just one of the messages. And remember the first real Fight Club. And Andrew Lawton, you can see here, I see we're in the presence of counsel. The group chat lists 2 admins. Okay, let's get into some more stuff. It also includes names of dozens of far-right social media influencers. So Andrew Lawton is here saying, okay, so I was in Ottawa about a week ago. I didn't recall seeing any bodily fluids. Zexi Lee makes it sound like she was wading through poop and pee walking down Laurier. They were peeing on the statues and stuff of that sort. Let's see. It's a long article, so I don't want to get into too far into it because there's more to cover. So let's see. Other messages. So Lawton collaborating with and responding to suggestions from convoy lawyers. In 1 October 2022 exchange, convoy lawyer Eva Chipnuk asked the group if someone could get a clip out of the testimony of Ottawa City councillors, and he said, on it. 15 minutes later, Lawton tweeted out a video clip in question with True North's branding along with text aligned with the convoy's lawyers suggesting messages. Here you go, Eva. Lawton reported back. Thank you, sir, she replied. And you can see the exchange that they had. So on and so forth. Let's see. There's a sum up at the bottom. And then they're talking about some of the other organizers, Lynch and Barbara's presence in the group and stuff. Okay. So that person who was conspiring with some massive right-wingers who are into huge conspiracy theories, he's still a candidate for the Conservative Party. Who else? Who else? So former vice chief of UBCIC calls for removal of Conservative candidate Aaron Gunn. What did he possibly do? And why is he not possibly out of the party? The former vice chief of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, UBCIC, is calling on Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to remove his candidate Aaron Gunn from the campaign after a number of social media posts about, about residential schools resurface. So we're getting into some residential school denialism. And this is an article from APTN News. When I see someone like Aaron Gunn espousing what I see as racist comments, denialism of impacts of residential schools on First Nations, it's appalling, it's disgusting, it's offensive, Bob Chamberlain told APTN News. Now remember, in my last live stream, the Conservatives were outraged when a Liberal candidate suggested that one of the Conservative candidates be turned over to the Chinese consulate for a bounty. Here we have people who are into like residential school denialism, talking about public executions, how the former prime minister should have been executed, public hangings and stuff of that sort. So let's see. Let's get down to don't want to read, there's a lot here, so. Chamberlain, who is also a one-time federal candidate for the NDP, said Poilievre needs to say whether he supports his candidate. Oh, he does. We'll get to that. I believe Canadians need to understand Conservatives when these types of people into the party, and I think the leader needs to be asked, does he support these statements? He supports the candidate, not statements. Let's see. If we get into... So APTN asked where Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre stands on the issue of residential schools being a genocide, and Lily quoted Poilievre's comments made to AFN Assembly in July 2024. For decades, the residential school system removed children from the love and care of their families. It was a monstrous abuse of excessive governmental power that cut your children off from their culture, languages, and traditions. In many cases, students were neglected and abused tragically. Too many young children never came home, Poilievre told the Assembly. Let's see. So Aaron Gunn. Oh, here we go. He had tweeted out there was no genocide. Stop lying to people and read a book. The Holocaust was a genocide. Get off Twitter and learn more about the world. And he was quote tweeting somebody saying, Jesus, Brett, the legacy isn't being canceled, it's being revealed for everything it represents, unless you think Canadian genocide against Indigenous people was an issue. Unless you don't think the Canadian genocide against Indigenous peoples was an issue. So here he's saying he's denying the genocides that happened in this country against Indigenous peoples. For those wondering, the official explanation. Okay, let's see. So also probably touch on this. I've talked about this in a live stream before. Bill C-413, introduced by MP Leah Gazan last year, attempted to do just that, but it only made it through the first reading. And that was to make it so it's part of like the hate speech laws and things of that sort, to deny what happened to residential schools. But let's hear a little bit more about this particular candidate. So, Poilievre defense candidate accused of denying residential school history.
Do you still stand by Aaron Gunn as your candidate on the North Island?
Yes, I do, and the letter is false. He has not denied the impact of residential schools. That's just misinformation. In fact,
he said there were no genocides here. That's denying it.
He has said that he wants to continue to condemn the residential schools and build stronger partnerships with First Nations people to unlock our resources so that we can produce incredible paychecks and opportunities.
You see, what Poilievre is saying is that we want to work with First Nations so that we can unlock their resources. He wants to exploit their land. That's all. That's what it is. That is what it is. He wants to get along with them so he can exploit them for their resources.
For First Nations communities right across British Columbia, bring home production of natural gas and other major resource projects.
We want to shove pipelines through their land and do a lot of mining.
In fact, bring in a First Nations resource charge that allows companies to pay those taxes directly to these communities so that they can have incredible prosperity. We're the only ones offering that bright future, and the choice in the election will be whether, after the lost Liberal decade of costs and crime up and our economy down under the American thumb, with our...
Okay, heard enough of him there. So a bit from the article, and just warning, this story deals with disturbing subject matter that may upset and trigger some individuals. Discretion is advised. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is standing by a candidate in British Columbia, even as calls mount among various Indigenous leaders for the nominee to resign. Again, you have till tomorrow. Accusing Aaron Gunn of denying the history of residential schools. He's not in denial of the impact of residential schools. That's just misinformation, Poilievre told reporters. In fact, he has said he wants to continue to condemn the residential schools and build stronger partnerships, as we just heard. Among the posts referenced include video posts on social media, which Gunn said Canada's program of residential schools did not constitute an act of genocide, and that the schools are much maligned. There was no genocide. Stop lying to people and read a book, Gunn wrote, and we saw that tweet. More than 150,000 Indigenous children were forced to attend residential schools, the last of which closed in 1996. An estimated 6,000 children died in the schools. Those experts say the actual number could be much higher. I'm not an expert, but I suspect is you could add a digit to that easily. Yeah. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was tasked with researching the institutions, found they were rife with abuse and children separated from their families and barred from visiting with their families. It concluded the schools were intended for cultural genocide, saying they were a systematic government-sponsored attempt to destroy Aboriginal cultures and languages, to assimilate Aboriginal peoples so that they no longer existed as distinct peoples. Gunn responded to the accusations Thursday night, saying he has never wavered in condemning these institutions of abuse. I have always been firm in recognizing the truly horrific events that transpired in residential schools, and any attempt to suggest otherwise is simply false, he says. So, the stuff that is available for people to see with their own eyeballs is false. I have never wavered in condemning these institutions of abuse where countless First Nations suffered at the hands of patronizing federal government. BC Conservative leader John Rustad and Chris... I read that as snaky, but it's not. It's Sankey, I guess, but it's snaky. A former candidate for the party and past provincial election have posted on X defending Gunn. If you have people like that defending you. Okay. And a little bit more. So this is from Brandy Morin. She is an Indigenous journalist who I have featured a lot on my channel. And she says, as an Indigenous journalist with family residential school trauma, I'm exposing Poilievre's defense of Aaron Gunn, who dismissed genocide and bullied land defenders I witnessed firsthand. When Indigenous leaders spoke up, Poilievre called it misinformation. This shows exactly what kind of PM he'd be. Truth matters.
Tansei, hello. I'm speaking to you today not just as a journalist, but as an Indigenous woman whose family has lived with the generational trauma of residential schools. What Pierre Poilievre is doing right now isn't just disturbing, it's dangerous. And we need to call it exactly what it is. I've seen Aaron Gunn's contempt for Indigenous rights firsthand. A few years ago at a Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion protest in Blue River, I watched as Gunn openly mocked and bullied Indigenous land defenders.
So again, we just went over, there's two candidates, which we don't know why they were even kicked out of the Conservative Party. But they're keeping this guy on. What the hell did those two other candidates do? That could be worse than this. Like, what is the fireable offense going on?
He positioned himself firmly with non-Indigenous residents who were trying to intimidate those protecting their territories. He wasn't there to understand or report. He was there to silence Indigenous voices and champion those who would exploit the land at any cost. And this is the man Poilievre is fiercely defending now. A candidate who has repeatedly dismissed the genocide of Indigenous peoples in Canada's residential schools. Let that sink in. Gunn claimed these institutions of horror and abuse were much maligned. He said Indigenous bands asked for residential schools. He's downplayed and distorted one of the darkest chapters of Canadian history.
You still stand by Aaron Gunn as your candidate on the North Island?
Yes, I do, and the letter is false. He has not denied the impact of residential schools. That's just misinformation. In fact, he has said that he wants to continue to condemn the residential schools and build stronger partnerships with First Nations peoples and opportunities.
Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the BC First Nations Leadership Council, and dozens of elected officials demanding Gunn's removal. What did Poilievre do? He dismissed them all. He called their concerns misinformation, and he turned his back on the truth. This isn't a minor political misstep. This is a man revealing exactly who he is and what kind of Canada he envisions. Every time I hear these dismissals of residential school horrors, I think of the children who never came home. I think of my own family members who survived but carried wounds that haven't healed for generations. If Poilievre is willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with someone who attacks Indigenous sovereignty, denies genocide, and diminishes the trauma of survivors, then make no mistake about what kind of prime minister he would be. This is a man showing us he's comfortable erasing Indigenous pain when it's politically convenient, that he'll choose the politics of division over reconciliation every single time. We've worked too hard. We've come too far in facing our national truths to let a potential prime minister drag us backwards, to let him rewrite history while survivors are still sharing their stories, while communities are still searching for their children in unmarked graves. I want to be crystal clear. This isn't about partisan politics. This is about fundamental human dignity, about whether Canada continues to walk the path of truth and reconciliation, or whether we allow leaders to erase our history and silence Indigenous voices. The choice Poilievre has made in this moment tells us everything we need to know about the choices he would make as Prime Minister. And that should terrify every Canadian who believes in justice, truth, and reconciliation.
Yeah, and Poilievre has also very notoriously said some really horrendous things towards Indigenous peoples. It is ingrained in the party. It is ingrained in who the leaders are in that party. And it's absolutely disgusting that somebody like Aaron Gunn could even become a candidate in the first place, because it's not like this wasn't known, and it's not like there hasn't been other things. And so I wasn't necessarily going to focus too much on this, because again, when it gets, over a decade or close to over a decade in the past, it's a matter of have they changed. And so, but this again just kind of goes to some of the character of who this guy is, but he also, used to be a little bit more pro Putin. He has since tweeted out and responded saying, "Oh, I'm always in support of Ukraine." But, it wasn't that long ago that he was like, you know what, Russia, not that bad. So, CKNW radio host Jazz Joel posted screenshots recently on X of Gunn's comment from February 2014, defending Putin as a democratically elected president who is incredibly intelligent. So apparently he was still in his early 20s, and I made foolish comments about Putin in Ukraine. I stopped holding these values a long time ago. And so the thing is that what I would like to see, though, are what is the evidence between then and being called out now that he has actually changed. Because if there's no evidence in between, then I think he's just saying that because he got caught. And I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I don't know if he's said anything. So I wasn't necessarily going to throw this part into it, but it's just, again, it shows more of the character of who this person is that Pierre Poilievre is defending to keep on as a candidate. But remember talking earlier about John A. Macdonald, and again, this is so ingrained in the party. The white nationalism, the making into celebrities some of the worst people who founded this country, like Sir John A. Macdonald. And so Pierre Poilievre had said in the one video in Kingston, probably going to put back up a statue of John A. Macdonald. And so Sean Carlton was just tweeting this out. There are a few things in these tweets to pull out. I'll start with the defense of John A. Macdonald. This is something conservatives, including Pierre Poilievre, have been doing for years. And this is a tweet from Pierre Poilievre. Today we honor Sir John A. Macdonald's Canada first Prime Minister on his birthday. A nation builder, he brought Canada together through Confederation and Canadian Pacific Railway, laying the foundation for a strong, prosperous country. Without his vision, Canada would not exist today. Happy birthday. And I believe this was from last year because I remember covering it. Nation builder. Okay, built the nation on genocides. The Canadian Pacific Railway, where primarily people from China were exploited and many died during the process of that at the beginning, and then were denied entry into the country. But the historical truth is clear, demonstrated. So John A. Macdonald initiated, supported, and defended residential school system. He's an architect of the genocidal school system. That's not woke ideology, as Pierre might suggest. It's history, and we should learn from it rather than unapologetically celebrate it, as Poilievre argued earlier this year. And so this was in a long tweet thread that Sean was putting out about Gunn, Aaron Gunn. But we've already covered in those other videos a lot of what was said. And he also points out the pro-Russian things and whatnot. It's not just conservatives that are kicking out party members and leaving in horrid people. But, you also have the liberals. Oops. Oh, wait a sec. No. Still talking about conservatives and how horrible they are. Sorry. We'll get into some liberals being kicked out. But we're still talking about, here's another example of a candidate who's remaining in the party. So again, we have two people that we don't even know why they got kicked out of the Conservative Party. But this guy's still in. So Liberal MP surprised social conservative felt ambushed by questions on abortion. And so this is from a while ago. So during this, guys, so this is Arnold Weisern. During his appearance on a podcast hosted by a Liberal MP, he discussed his social conservative views and issues like abortion and gay marriage, which he said he would vote against if given the opportunity. At the start of the episode, Iskren Smith read a letter he said received from Weisern after the interview, in which the MP said he felt ambushed by good questions. His comments prompted Poilievre to issue a statement through his office saying Weisern's comments do not represent his or the party's views on abortion, gay marriage, which he says a future conservative government would not touch. I don't believe that. Poilievre met later today with the caucus and stuff. But his views were well known about abortion and stuff and gay issues at that point. And so to claim that he was surprised that a liberal might ask him about it on his podcast can't really be ambushed. And just again, to show how horrible this person is. So the Honorable Aaron Visern, a Conservative Party of Canada candidate and member of Parliament Peace River Westlock, Alberta, seen here during a House of Commons debate asking a woman member of Parliament if she considered sex work.
6, which criminalize the work environments, the establishments that sex workers go to feel safe, that criminalized their ability to hire security. If he acknowledges that this is a factor in this death and many others.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
I would just respond to that by asking the honourable member across the way if it's a area of work that she has considered, and if that is an appropriate...
Tell you what, that was not an appropriate question to be asking another member of Parliament if sex work is a line of work that they have considered. Total asshole. But he's still a candidate in this election. He's allowed to be. And again, the NDP, they vetted me out of the party because I tend to speak my mind and have a sense of humor. It's astonishing. I should just run to be conservative. Really, I should just run to be a conservative because they tend to let anyone through. But here we also have Liberals have also dropped a couple candidates so far. So Liberals drop Roy Leota as Edmonton candidate with less than a month before polls open. Let's see. The Liberals have dropped Roy Leota as Edmonton area candidate in the federal election race, the latest dismissed from the party since the campaign began. Let's see. The party did not comment on its reasons for parting ways with him. The party decision to drop him as candidate comes after a National Post reported they had found a video from 2009. They really did some Oppo research there, in which he appears to be praising Hezbollah and Hamas at an anti-NATO protest. Both are listed as terrorist groups in Canada. And I'd also be very suspicious of anything the National Post does. I'm just saying. And that I'd be suspicious of. If there's video, there's video. In a written statement, Leota acknowledges comments in the video and condemned the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attack on Israel. I do not think that an intro at a hip-hop segment 16 years ago later would get me canceled after close to a decade of serving in elected representative in the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, but here we are. You didn't get canceled. I'm sure he's going to be just fine. I want to be clear. I unequivocally condemn brutal killings, terrorism, and abduction, whoever does it. What was perpetrated by him? Okay. So he wasn't the only one, though. And I was trying to find, like, just what is the list? But I didn't see, like, a concrete list of this person. But we have this from CBC News. Party lost a swath of candidates last week. After Monday, it'll be too late to replace them. So like I was saying, tomorrow's the deadline. So between the Liberals and Conservatives, more than half a dozen candidates were kicked off their party tickets. And if we scroll down, we've already gone over the Conservatives. But here, so parties have until 2 p.m. Eastern Monday to finalize their nominee candidates. They won't be able to replace any candidates who are dropped after that deadline. So even if they're kicked out and no longer running officially, their name will remain on the ballot. Beyond vetting their own candidates, campaigns also do research on their opposition. So if we scroll down, so Conservatives drop Quebec candidate for accusing, so here's another one. Conservatives drop Quebec candidate for accusing Polytechnique survivor of exploiting shootings. I covered this on my channel. In December, there's an tragic anniversary of one of the worst mass shootings in Canada at the Polytechnique University in Quebec, where the shooter targeted, I think it was 16 women. It was very high. It was like the largest shooting at that point, mass shooting at that point. And so I guess one of the candidates were accusing one of the survivors of exploiting that. Of course. Liberals drop Rod, who we just went over. Liberals drop Calgary candidate over failure to disclose 2005 state domestic assault charge. There may also be cases where candidates will sink themselves by saying something or acting in a way that is counter to party philosophy. So, lots of things. Lots of reasons why they get kicked out. But tomorrow, if they're on the ticket, they remain on the ticket until the election. And speaking of like who's on tickets and stuff, this is from a little while ago, so March 31st, and that is like a long time ago if you think about, you know, the political world that we're in right now. And so somebody was just tweeting out the bulk of their missing candidates are in rural Quebec and the GTA. So they're talking about ridings without an NDP candidate. And they're pointing out the NDP has 9 days to nominate 127 candidates. Again, back when Chrystia Freeland called out Justin Trudeau last fall, they should have been kicking into gear, knowing this was about to happen. But to leave it last minute, how many more people are going to fall through the cracks or just be put on paper? Like, that's the thing. You want candidates who are passionate about the party, who will speak out to it, who are going to fight for it, who are part of their communities. But now they're just going to be parachuting people in. They're going to be like picking people to become a candidate. There's going to be little vetting. And then there's going to be people who are literally running who don't want to be the candidate. I know from personal experience a situation of that. Which is ridiculous because how is the NDP ever supposed to, you know, bring their party up if they're doing this? They are just so bad at politics. Like the upper branches of the NDP federally, all of them need to lose their jobs. All of them. And it needs to be taken over again by people who actually believe in the foundation of what the NDP was. Now, I did check it recently. And right now, because you can go here and you can click through all the different provinces and territories. And then if you do a Control F, you can see, okay. So right now there's just a few ridings that don't have an NDP candidate and they're all in Quebec. But still, like how many of those candidates did they push through of the over 100 candidates in 9 days that are people who are unenthusiastic about being in the party, who don't want to be there, who aren't great candidates, who aren't passionate, who aren't really ingrained in their community? The NDP is going to completely crumble and fall, and they deserve it. The only thing that really upsets me about it is that there are some people within that party who I really hope hold on to their seats that I'm worried about. Leah Gazan, Nikki Ashton, Matthew Green. I really want them to keep their seats, and they might lose them. But also, on a little fun note, checking out individual ridings, you can see, okay, who's there. Oh, website. So, Santa Claus Chatham. Who's this? Rhinoceros Party. I love the Rhinoceros Party. They're so much fun. Santa Claus Rhino Party. If you're voting for clowns, vote for the funny one. So this is like an actual party up here in Canada. It's the Rhinoceros Party. And they're just there to make a joke about the system. And so this is a candidate in this particular riding, and this is their webpage. So he says, ho, 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 merry election season. It's the most wonderful time every 4 years. The politicians are lying, the lobbyists prying, and I need a beer. It's the most wonderful time of the years. Politicians love making promises they never keep, except me. I'm Santa Claus. You can trust me to enter your homes. Why not trust me into Parliament? The Rhinoceros Party dates back to the Stone Age, 1963, as Canada's largest satirical political party. Many famous people have given us shining reviews. Jean Chrétien called us a menace to democracy. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Justin's dad, called us the court gestures of the nation. A guy I met on the sidewalk called me the best only politician I've ever met. What sort of total legitimate lies do I offer the riding of Waterloo? Here are some bullet points. Christmas, a stat holiday every day of the year. Abolish the law of gravity. That is a huge thing with the Rhinoceros Party across the board, is they want to abolish the law of gravity. Give everyone rhinoceros stimulus to combat inflation. It sounds that could be taken the wrong way. Vote Santa Claus for the Rhino Party. At least there's some people who still maintain their sense of humor with politics up here. So we're going to get into some Mark Carney stuff after this. But in the title of this video, I put, it is Mark Carney versus Pierre Poilievre. And it really is, Jagmeet Singh, he's up against watching paint dry. They're going to lose party status. And the way that that party has been running, they deserve to lose party status. It's just very unfortunate that there's a lot of really good people within that party who will probably suffer because of the complete inaptitude of the people who are running that party. So let's check the Sandbox. And if you like the Rhinoceros Party, check out their website. I tried to look to see if they had a list of their candidates, but let's just say they're not that organized. So there is a website for the official party, but it doesn't have the list of their candidates. And there's also like some tricks going into this right now, and some might be intentional, others are just, I remember, I think it was the last federal election, there were a couple ridings where there was like 20 or more than 20 people on the ballot for certain ridings. And it was people protesting first past the post and stuff. And apparently in Pierre Poilievre's riding, there's like a bazillion people running in that riding, and they think it's a conservative ploy to try to split the votes and stuff. But they have to keep in mind that the vast majority, they're all independent people. They're not going to be splitting the vote, because even if you add up all the people and what they get, it probably won't even make a difference. Some of them will literally get 0 votes, as in they didn't even bother to vote for themselves. Okay, well, welcome everyone who's jumped into the Sandbox. See, it's been getting quite busy in there. Before I miss that one, somebody's saying, they're not measles, they're freedom sores. Who said that? I saw it. I scrolled past it thinking I'll catch it on the way back down. Oh, there we go. So Life said that. They're not measles, they're freedom sores. Oh, I scrolled up as high as I could go up. Hello, Obsessive Audio. I don't think that's a thing in China. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think removal of hands for theft is a thing in China right now. I haven't traveled the world, so I don't know for sure, but... Sammy, the same advocating for criminal harshness will maybe get caught in the system themselves. It's true. It's true, You advocate for these things, and some days it might come around to literally bite you in the face, depending on what medieval method they come up with. Hello, Convenient Estelle. I'm not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. You don't understand, he just didn't want to eat the bugs. He didn't want to live in a pod. Bug eating is a thing that conservatives are worried about too. They wanted to close down the bug factory for bug food, which is primarily for animal, like dog kibble and cat kibble and stuff. But also, depending on the bug and the diet and stuff like that, it's a good source of protein. But they just try to make it sound scary. Without any acknowledgement at all of processed food, because in any processed food, there's a certain allowable amount of like mouse poo, because it's almost impossible to not have that in processed food. So they don't list all the ingredients all the time, because it's just if you are making food in a factory and stuff like that, there's going to be some contamination no matter what. They're not completely sterile environments. They try to be, but they're not. Anti-Case Tarot, welcome to the Sandbox. I use Signal, but also disappearing messages. Do none of these people use that? I guess not. It's like we're going to have a clandestine group on something that if somebody finds out about and puts out to the world, everyone will know because there's no way to hide it. Like it's just we're going to go. It's like there's a network of caves that we all know about, and if you go into those caves to network in, then you're up to something suspicious. And it's like as soon as somebody eavesdrops at the edge of the cave because they see you going in, it's kind of like, oh. But at least they didn't release their war plans. Hello, 56 Nick Rich. So many comments. I'm not going to be able to read all of them, so I'm going to skip past some. Anti-Case Tarot, for me, homeschooling resulted in raising a child who is stuck and poke artist, one in uni for language revitalization, and one land defender and world in food sovereignty. Let's see. Oh, hello, Timur from the 5. Hey, Sandy and the Sandbox just got here. Have you talked about Simone Payet yet? Name rings a bell. It rings a bell. I know it's in the docket somewhere. I don't know if I've already gone over it or if we're about to. But the name rings a bell. Let me just quickly Google it. Did I spell that right? No. Oh, Simon. Simon. I-A-T-T. Oh, yeah. So just briefly covered him. He's the one that was saying that the survivor of the Polytechnique massacre was using it for attention. Let's see. And also for people who are just joining in on Friday, I'm going to be on the Letterhack show too. Talk about my book. Which I will, I love talking about this book. So be prepared for a 10-hour long live stream starting at 10 p.m. Okay. Let's see. People talking about ducks, and I'm not entirely sure why. B-Cat says absolutely, Sandy. And I don't know why, but I agree. Hello, Atticus among us. I feel bad for the breeds that have snout from selective breeding and that have heart issues. I think you're talking about dogs. I've also seen that with cat, like the Persian cats where there's like the nose up there and they have constant sinus issues and stuff. I've seen them at cat rescues before. It's so sad because they can rarely get the treatment that they need because it's super expensive and people don't realize that when they get these, you know, these cats and dogs that have been bred in such a way that it actually, you know, it makes it difficult. It makes it difficult for them to live a healthy life. Tomorrow from the 5, did you hear the NDP dropped a TikToker who was doing video campaigning for them, and the right made a big deal of her pro-pal stance, but an even bigger deal of her having an OnlyFans? I haven't heard that story. It wouldn't surprise me that the NDP would drop someone like that, though. I'm just saying. Thinking some people like the Rhinoceros Party. Hello, Geodragon. Uh, 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much for the $2. A shout out tip. I shouted you out again. Super appreciate it. You see here, you don't have to pay to be shouted out because I do that. And then you can say thank you with that, as opposed to a lot of other, streams where you have to pay in order to get shouted out in the first place. I would imagine if it ever gets to the point that I have like so many people watching my channel that I can't just scan through the Sandbox, it might get to the point that if you really want to be seen and noticed, you have to do something like that. But I still haven't been able to break 8K, like 8K, 8,000 subscribers. So I'm still probably a long way from the day where if you want to get noticed in the Sandbox, you have to send me money, but I do appreciate it. Hello, MIDI doctors. Yeah. It looks like some people might be tempted to tune into Letter Hacks live stream to watch me talk about my book. More from the 5. Yay, Sandy. That should be a fun live stream. MIDI Doctors, creative stuff is a win. NTK's Tarot, such a huge accomplishment to write a whole book. Why, thank you. I've written 2. The other one I can't tell you guys about, and I hate doing this to you guys. But if I get 100,000 subscribers, I will totally tell you which book it is. But you'd understand. You'd understand. I don't generally receive too much harassment. But we're going to get into, I think, a little bit, because I have received some recently. Nothing that bothers me personally, like I don't care, because I know they're a troll, but I get worried about other people who might be browsing comments, seeing it, and they might get upset with it. Because it looks like somebody made an account specifically on YouTube to leave some really nasty comments. But like I said, like I don't care, but other people might get worried, hurt, disgusted by them because, like, objectively, yeah, they're bad comments, but I feel nothing from them because I know the person is just trying to be a troll. And there's something that happened in YouTube recently, which might make me a little bit more of a target. But generally speaking, like, I don't receive much in the way of harassment. I'm not targeted much, especially on, Twitter and Blue Sky. I receive almost nothing. The author of this other book that I've written will. It's just flat out will. And I don't want that to cross over yet. And I want to keep it separated from this as long as possible. But it's a book that's been 10 years in the works. Like, I started writing it 10 years ago. And there were like a few years of gaps of like, I didn't do anything on it. And then it got professionally edited. And that took a long, long time because it would take forever to hear back on the latest version type thing. But it's been 10 years in the work. I need to get that done. So other than doing these live streams that are covering like elections and stuff like that, that is my other priority. Because I have it's not really an artificial deadline for it, but there's a deadline that I want to get it out by to help with potential sales. But what I need is a way to host a website that is very, very secure. because I don't want it coming back to me. As long as possible, I want to keep it separated from me. But I need to get that book done, so that's my main priority after this. And then hopefully I can get the fucking TYT video done, because it has been driving me crazy that it's been taking so long. And I did look at the script and start touching up the script a few days ago, and part of it is it's so overwhelming that it's hard for me to comprehend how am I going to do this. And then I get into like the self-doubt of like, and what I'm saying makes sense? Am I actually communicating my message? How am I going to put all of this together? Because there's so much to go into it and stuff. And so I do hit this place of self-doubt. So it's kind of like when I do a drawing, it doesn't look good until it does. And so a lot of drawings, like even this one, I have to get to a certain point before I'm confident it will turn out well. And with this video, I have not hit that point, and I don't know if that point will come. Because with some drawings, it will get to a point where I know it's not going to happen, and I'll start again. So with this video, I don't know if it's going to hit the point where I'm confident that it's going to reflect truly what I'm trying to get out there. Because it is a massive project, and it's connecting dots from, like, I will make public, because again, I don't want to be accused of taking clips out of context. I'm going to make public the playlist of the videos I'm pulling from. There's over 100. Not joking. There's over 100 reference videos that I have watched through. Okay, I did not watch the entire 4-hour long live video of Lex Friedman and Jank. That was pushing it, but I did look through it for keywords. But the rest of the videos on that playlist I have seen at some point. So, like I said, it is a monster project, and trying to make sure that I'm communicating what I want, saying it in the way that I want, is like a monumental task. And I'd really love to be able to just sit down with somebody who knows me, knows what's going on with all of that, who can help me like storyboard it out properly. But also I need to find somebody else in the meantime to come on a live stream with me for the election results. Ideally Canadian. I'd love to have another Canadian cover the election results live, because I do not know how it's going to turn out. I'm not predicting. I don't know. Because it could be the Liberals blowout. It could be the Conservatives blowout. It could be one is a minority government. It's so hard to predict. I know what the polls are saying. Fuck the polls. I don't care. I don't like polls. They're horrible, horrible things to have active during an election campaign, because they can be so misleading. They're educated guesses. It all depends on how many people actually go out and vote, and in which ridings, and the balance there and stuff. So you could have Carney massively getting the popular vote, but the Conservatives still getting a majority. You don't know. So just because Carney seems to be more popular now, and he does seem to be more popular than Poilievre, there's no guarantee that's going to make it so he becomes the leader. Let's see. I got talking, and then more people started saying stuff. People talking about Kingston and stuff. Yeah, there's a military base, a big military base in Kingston, which is why Poilievre was there, making those statements about Sir Johnny MacDonald and stuff. I've been to Kingston once. I had a friend who went to university there, and I went up to visit her there. Other than that, I've only driven past it to go to Ottawa. Let's see. To more from the 5. Who the hell would watch 4 hours of that? A lot of people did. Yes, Jank was on Lex Freeman, and it's a 4-hour long video. A lot of people watched it. A lot of people watched it. To More from the 5, I still have not been able to get through the whole 3-hour debate between Sam and Tim Pool, and that's something I have a genuine interest in. The way that helps me watch videos with Sam v. anyone, because I do like watching all of them, is I switch what I'm watching for. I'm not watching for the right-wingers and what they're saying and their talking points. I am studying Sam's debate techniques. And that's something I've been doing with him for a long, long time, because back when I was first interested in getting involved in politics, I wanted to learn how to debate, like look over debate styles and stuff. And at that time, I didn't really know the Majority Report, but I knew TYT at that point. And there was all this talk online about how the right wing was so good at debating. And so I started watching these right-wing debates on YouTube, and I'm thinking, these guys are fucking morons. Like there's no, they're not debating here. Like if they didn't have their sycophants in the audience clapping at them, they'd fall so flat. Like there was nothing there. And so I wasn't learning any good debate techniques. And then I came across the debate between Charlie Kirk and Sam Cedar. I'm like, there you go. That guy, the Sam guy, he knows how to debate. That's how you debate. That's the debates. And that's really how I started to get into the Majority Report, was because I was studying Sam to see his debate styles. Which then, introduced me to Michael Brooks and all that sort of stuff. Full circle type thing. And so I'm still doing that with Sam because, I am in the political YouTube sphere. I'm not going to go out of my way to do debates, but if I ever get ambushed, I want to at least think I could handle myself. But I know the first time I debate anyone, I would just be horrible at it because it's an autistic thing. The first time I do anything, I'm shit at it until I process it and figure it out. But I still will watch the debates that Sam is in. So I'm watching how he deals with it, his technique. It's not so much about the other people. It's how is he countering? How is he staying on task or getting them to stay on task? And I find that adds another interesting layer to watching his debates. Let's see. So life Steven Crowder's changed my mind is nothing but frustrating to watch. Even if Crowder is getting destroyed, there's no changing his mind or educating him. Anti-Gaze Tarot, I don't have the ability to not lose my temper enough to listen to debates. Yeah, like that's, how do you keep calm in those situations when you're talking to complete morons? But anyway, why don't we get back into it? I want to end at a decent hour. So when I was opening up my stream, I was talking a little bit more about Mark Carney, and he's become a lot more of a mixed bag to me. So I like him better in a lot of areas that I wasn't expecting to like him in. But there are still a lot of areas where it's like, this is not going to be good. But he is definitely separating himself from Justin Trudeau in some very apparent major ways. And he has like comedic timing. He knows he's good in front of the camera. And so watching him talk versus watching Poilievre talk is quite the contrast. And so it's easy to see why Carney is becoming more popular. He comes across as a hell of a lot more competent. And again, I do worry that, a lot of the programs I would like to see expanded on won't happen, especially with the NDP being obliterated. They're not going to be able to apply that pressure on the Liberals. But if what I'm seeing actually pans out, he's going to be better than Justin Trudeau if he becomes Prime Minister. And we'll get into some of the things. And some of it is like, they seem like minor differences, but they're not. And yeah, we'll get into that. So first, we have some videos of him talking, which is not as painful to watch as when Pierre Poilievre is talking. So this person was just saying, like, basically whoever his team is, they deserve a medal for coaching him on how to say things, I guess. And especially in his way in pushing back against Trump has been very notable.
This may not be a big insight, but I don't think we can change Donald Trump. And a person who worships Donald Trump like Pierre Poilievre will kneel before him before he stands up to him.
That is a great line. You know, that's a good line. It just is.
His division and negativity won't win a trade war. Negativity won't pay the rent or the mortgage. Negativity won't bring down the price of groceries. Negativity won't make Canada strong.
Now, I remember criticizing him last time for talking about anger and how anger won't make changes. And I pushed back against that, whereas anger is actually a very good driving force to get people out to the polls. Now he's changed it to negativity. It's a subtle change, but it's there. And so now he's not talking about the anger, but negativity does suppress people from going out to voting. An abundance of it can really turn people off.
And someone who believes that Canada is broken won't put Canada first. With Pierre Poilievre, everything would be on the table. And don't take my word for it. I'm going to quote Premier Smith, who said, and I quote, I'm just saying.
Again, he has some good he has some good timing there.
Just saying, it wasn't even on Signal, it was just out there in the domain.
I don't think that was planned. I think he actually uploaded that, making the crack about Signal. And it could have been about what happened in the States or about that one candidate I was just talking about who was using the Signal group. So again, like his delivery is like spot on with this stuff.
Just saying, it wasn't even on Signal, it was just out there in the domain. I quote, yeah. Pierre Poilievre is in sync with President Trump. Yeah, let's send the guy who's in sync with the president to negotiate. We just let the president write down what he wants. That's not what Canada needs. That's not what Canada wants. He's fired. He's fired. He's fired. Well, one of the reasons he shouldn't get the job is he hasn't filled out all the paperwork. He hasn't done all the... Because, for some reason, Pierre Poilievre refuses, for some reason, at this time of crisis, when our nation is threatened, he still refuses, after 927 days and counting, to get his security clearance.
Again, really good way of pointing that out. Really good way of saying that.
I got mine in 3 weeks. Wasn't that tough. Wasn't that tough. So we have a leader of the opposition who is choosing to be willfully blind to the many and growing threats to our country. It's shameful, it's irresponsible, it's disqualified. Pierre Poilievre, c'est la mauvaise personne au pire moment.
And then he talks in French for a bit.
Alors, d'argent dans vos poches. Votre gouvernement dépense moins à faire plus. We can control our economic destiny with a plan where the government spends less so Canada can invest more. A plan that makes big polluters pay instead of hardworking Canadians. A plan that builds millions of homes, that builds Canada into an energy superpower. A plan that builds new trade corridors with reliable trading partners who respect our A plan that creates one Canadian economy and not 13. that puts more money in your pockets and builds the strongest economy in the G7.
Oh, that was a pretty good speech. And here's another one. So this is from CPAC in a crisis. Well, I don't have to read the quote because they always quote exactly what's in here. But so PM Mark Carney, as he comments on the impact of Canada of U.S. President Donald Trump's newly announced tariffs on multiple countries. And this is from April 2nd.
So President Trump has just announced a series of measures that are going to fundamentally change the international trading system. Now, in doing so, he has preserved a number of important elements of our relationship, the commercial relationship between Canada and the United States. But the fentanyl tariffs still remain in place, as do the tariffs for steel and aluminum. As of this evening, the tariffs on automobiles will enter into force, and the U.S. has signaled that there will be additional tariffs in so-called strategic sectors, pharmaceuticals, lumber, and semiconductors. So we're in a situation where there is going to be an impact on the U.S. economy, which will build with time. In our judgment, it will be negative on the U.S. economy. That will have an impact on us. But the series of measures will directly affect millions of Canadians. We're going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers, and we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. In a crisis, it's important to come together, and it's essential to act with purpose and with force.
So he's keeping it, again, very calm, very measured, very direct, and it doesn't sound like it's practiced so much. Because one of the most annoying things with Justin Trudeau is it quite often sounded like he was standing in front of a mirror for hours practicing certain speeches. And sorry, I remember there was something in a speech that Poilievre said that I don't recall watching that I wanted to cover, so I'm worried I missed it. Because I'm using Firefox now, and so sometimes the tabs, they don't all squish so you see them. They can go either way, and so you might miss it, and I missed this one because this is not where I started, and so I'm very terribly sorry here to break the rhythm of what I've done, but I did want to show this. So again, you have the way that Mark Carney was delivering this, and what he was saying, how measured out he is. And he's going up against Pierre Poilievre. Now, what does Pierre Poilievre have to say about Canada? Does he want to make it the best in the G7 or anything of that sort? No. And here's the thing. I am terribly sorry if I did already show this. I don't think I did. I don't think I did, because I don't think you guys remember Poilievre saying that Canada is the fentanyl capital of the world. So we have Mark Carney, who's very measured, can add in the quips. He adds in like actual facts and stats, like the 927 days that he hasn't gone for his security clearance. But then you have the over-the-top practiced hyperbole of Pierre Poilievre. And it's like, it's no shock to me why Carney is getting up higher in the polls.
Over the last few weeks, we've heard Donald Trump talk a lot about Canada in the same light that he talks about Mexico and China, and putting a 25% tariff on our exports. As the future Prime Minister, what would you do to galvanize that relationship with our neighbors to the south?
Well, first of all, I disagree with the president. You shouldn't be putting us in with Mexico and China. That said, we have to be realistic. We export 3 times more to America than we do to the rest of the world. Trade with the U.S. is equal to 40% of our entire economy. A 25% tariff on our country would be absolutely crippling. So we have to take action to avoid it. Some of the things he's asking for are things that would be good for Canadians if we did them anyway. For example, border security. Our border is a total disaster.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not a problem. Like, it is just, again, it's his over-the-top hyperbole, fear-mongering that he's doing to appeal to this right-wing base. And he's trying to separate himself from Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is doing the exact same thing. And so it's hard to do that when you are still stuck on saying the same rhetoric and the same incorrect rhetoric. Because Canadians are learning the hard way right now that it's not that easy necessarily to get across the border.
We've had so much illegal migration across the border, so many fraudulent cases. We now have between 20, but the government, by the way, you're going to say, how could it possibly be between 20,000 and 500,000 people here illegally? I don't know how it could be between those, such a vast number, but that's what the Department of Immigration says. We have 20,000 to 500,000 people here illegally.
And a lot of them are brought over by corporations to use as slave labor.
And many of them will be tempted to cross the border into the United States because they have a significantly stronger and faster growing economy. If that happens, we will expect a massive retaliatory response from President Trump. So we have...
I don't think there's too many people who are finding a way into Canada so that they can then go and slip into the United States. Because, yeah, there are a lot of people who are undocumented in the United States that are from Canada, and they're called Canadians. And they tend to overstay their visas, and that's the primary way that happens. And there's actually a lot of undocumented Canadians in the United States. But it's through overstaying their visas. It's not because people are sneaking across the border. And in fact, there's been issues when people have tried to sneak into Canada from the United States. And there was, especially when they ended protective status for certain groups of people. And there were literally people losing fingers in frostbite and stuff because they don't understand that there's certain areas you should not cross in the winter. And there are probably people who didn't make it because of that. And there was congestions at Ricks Road, or I think it was, and other places. But to try to paint it like our border is porous and unprotected is ridiculous. Like, it has never been an issue until Donald Trump decided to make it an issue. And it's like the longest unmilitarized border in the world. And now suddenly it's an issue after all this time for the minuscule amount of fentanyl that gets into the United States from Canada.
To secure the border. We have no choice. Not just for him, but for us. It is dangerous for our country to have that many people here illegally. And so I will secure our border. We will have more frontline border guards. We'll have drones in the air to stop illegal crossings. We're going to do full criminal background checks on people who come to our country before they get here, which was something, believe it or not, we don't actually do right now.
Are you talking about every single person who crosses the border, you're going to do a full criminal background check? That's impossible. Do you know how many people cross the border in any given day? Or are you talking about people who are trying to immigrate here? Because it's actually very difficult to do that. And yeah, there are background checks for criminality there. That is definitely a thing. That is a thing. So he's either extraordinarily ignorant in this statement or he is blatantly lying.
Now, we're going to scan the shipping containers to keep the fentanyl ingredients out of our country. We're going to lock up the drug kingpins that have made Canada the fentanyl capital of the world.
Canada, really? Hey, the fentanyl capital of the world? Okay, we're known for a lot of things in this country. That ain't it. That ain't not it. Are you fucking kidding me? Again, this is his hyperbole fear-mongering. He's trying to get back that high he used to have before Trump. Like, before Trump, this might have worked. But because Trump has just taken and blown everything out of proportion and is destroying the global economy, it's harder to sell this to anyone. But the idea that we're the fentanyl capital of the world is ridiculous. And I don't know if he said that without thinking or if this is something he thought ahead of time. Either way, they're both pretty stupid. And I remember there was a time, I covered this when I was at Rebel HQ. He wanted to make Canada the crypto capital of the world. I kid you not. He made a whole campaign video about him buying a sandwich using cryptocurrency. This country is not the fentanyl capital of the world. And to stand up on stage and say that is absolutely ridiculous.
Those are all steps that Trump is demanding, but more importantly, they're all things that we need to do to secure our own country. You know, I don't want to fight fentanyl to make Donald Trump happy. I want to fight fentanyl so that not one more mother loses a child to overdoses. Lost 47,000 people. That's more than died in the Second World War.
Okay, I've looked up this number. Because whenever you hear a stat from a conservative, you need to find context. And so I have looked up this 47,000 people who've died from fentanyl. And we're talking over an 8-year period, and the word is stimulants. It's not fentanyl. It's not just fentanyl. It's stimulants, of which fentanyl is included. And again, this is over like an 8-year period. Because when you just say 47,000 people died of fentanyl, more than in the Second World War, that can sound scary. But what are the details? What's the nuance? And the conservatives are really bad or good, I guess, and depending on how you look at that, of just taking a stat and using it and leaving out specific context. It's the same as when Pierre Poilievre has said like a quarter of Canadians have become food insecure under Trudeau. And if you look at the stat he was citing, it was saying that if we go by this calculation, then this many people, which is like a quarter of the population, is food insecure in Canada or living with poverty in Canada, which was a different calculation than the official calculation that the government uses. And I tend to believe that it's more like a quarter of the population. But it's not that they fell into poverty during that time. It's just now they're being counted. Whereas if you had gone back in history and always counted those people, it wouldn't have been, you wouldn't have seen like a drastic increase. But he's trying to make it sound like all of these people just suddenly fell into poverty under Justin Trudeau, when that's not actually the case. And that's kind of what he's doing here. He's not adding the nuance. He's not saying over this time period. He's not saying that it's within a group of stimulants. So it's just meant to mislead and scare people. While also, you know, not really getting to the fact that, yes, there is a problem with it, but let's deal with the actual problem, not the made up imaginary problem that he wants to scare you with.
So we have to do this for ourselves. And now President Trump has made it clear that we have to do it if we want to continue to have access to the biggest and most lucrative economy the world has ever seen. Thank you.
Okay, so now we can get back to this. Okay, now I'm getting distracted. Because somebody was asking about that. Let's see if I can find it. This is it. I'll show you the page that I'm glancing over right now, so you don't see me just weirdly looking at my screen. So this is from Government of Canada. So Canada has seen substantially elevated number of toxic drug poisoning since national surveillance began in 2016 by Public Health Agency in Canada. The public health crisis is having a tragic impact on people who use substances, their families, and communities across the country, and is shaped by a wide range of factors. Since 2020, several jurisdictions have reported higher rates of toxic drug poisonings with fluctuations in recent quarters. So it is absolutely a problem. And so just some key updates. So report in 2024, January to September, it's breaking down some numbers. So opioid-related poisonings, hospitalizations, 13% lower than the same period in 2023. So 15 per day on average. Apparent opioid toxicity deaths is 21 deaths on average, and that's 12% lower than 2023. And then we just have like emergency hospitalization and things of that sort. So if you look at this from 2024, like from 2023 to 2024, there has been a decrease for one thing. So there was a total of 50,928 apparent opioid toxic deaths reported between January 2016 and September 2024. So it's a broader category. So if we go here, of all accidental apparent opioid toxicity deaths so far in 2024, 75% involve fentanyl. And so this isn't, again, this is just of these opioid related is 75% fentanyl. There was a total of 46,835 opioid-related poisonings in hospitals between January 2016 and September 2024. So, yeah. Let's see. So I think this is the number. So that's hospitalizations and poisonings. So yeah. So apparent, but here we go. Apparent. So it's not even necessarily depending on autopsies and stuff. Apparent opioid toxicity deaths between this that's 8-year period, right? Sure. I think so. Math in head is not good. Let's see. Of all accidental apparent opioid toxicity deaths so far in 2024, 68 also involves stimulant. So that's where they're pulling those numbers from, most likely. Okay, now that I'm completely sidetracked on this, why don't we actually get back to what we were talking about? So we just saw Mark Carney talk about tariffs. And again, he comes across as measured. You understand him. Susan's stats and facts. Now, there's somebody I haven't shown you yet. Jagmeet Singh. How does he talk about it? Does he exude confidence and stuff? Well, here we go. From CPAC as well. And so Leader Jagmeet Singh in Winnipeg as he proposes U.S. tariff response. Let's see how he talks about it.
Friends, we're here today because today's the day that Donald Trump's going to impose his tariffs on us. It's a day that Donald Trump's attacking our workers. And so we've got a message to Donald Trump. New Democrats and workers are going to fight back and defend our jobs and our country. We're ready to fight back. You know, Donald Trump is attacking not just our country, attacking our workers and our very way of life. He wants us to compromise our values. He wants to compromise in who we are. We will not compromise. We will not back down. We will not give up, and we will win this fight.
Okay, how many of you are getting the feeling there's an applause sign just to have a view that we're not seeing? That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from this. Oh, now we applause. Okay. Yeah.
You know, Donald Trump represents a storm. He's an arsonist. He's setting fire to the economy, his own economy, and ours as well. He represents a storm. And in that storm, in that difficult time, Canadians know how to weather a storm. Canadians know how to get through a difficult time. And we do that by looking out for each other. We do that by supporting each other. We do that by taking care of our neighbors. That's what we do as Canadians. The way we fight back against Donald Trump is doubling down on who we are as Canadians and our value that we are better off and we are stronger when we look out for one another.
Took them a little while to be like, oh, so I'm supposed to applause there. Okay, that's not... I get what he's trying to do. I really do. Where's the policy? To fight back against Donald Trump, doubling down on Canadian nationalism is not the answer. It's not the answer. Or just the idea that we're better than them. Not the answer. That's not how you fight back against Donald Trump. Where's the policy, Jugmeat? Where's the policy? What are you proposing? As opposed to just having people wait for the applause sign to go up so they know when to clap. Like, oh, this party, it's going to crumble and fall. And it's just, it's deserved at this point. Because he has to know that there's people outside of his bubble that have been telling him he needs to step down. That there needs to be like a full revamp of the NDP. Sorry, this is distracting me. I'm like, is he okay? Why is he trending? Owen Jones. Okay, he's just been putting out a lot of content. Okay, as long as he's okay. Sometimes when I see people trending, I get worried. But he's just putting out a lot of content about what's happening in Israel, which is something he's really good at, or happening in Gaza, which is something he's really good at covering. Okay, so more about Mark Carney. The global economy is fundamentally different today than it was yesterday. So again, this is how he talks about Donald Trump and the idea of leadership and things of that sort.
The global economy is fundamentally different today than it was yesterday. The system of global trade anchored on the United States that Canada has relied on since the end of the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for our country for decades, is over. Our old relationship of steadily deepening integration with the United States is over. The 80-year period when the United States embraced the mantle of global economic leadership, when it forged alliances rooted in trust and mutual respect, and championed the free and open exchange of goods and services, is over. Well, this is a tragedy. It is also the new reality.
I kind of like them acknowledging it. You know, Justin Trudeau, one of his problems was he wasn't acknowledging it. It was like, oh, we're just going to work within the system. We're going to work with Donald Trump. We're going to do this and that and the other thing. But it's just nice to hear Mark Carney say, no, it's a different world now that we have to deal with. And a different world will require different solutions in order to combat what's going on.
We must respond with both purpose and force. We are a free, sovereign, and ambitious country. We are masters in our own home.
Oh, I thought I had the video. I know I've seen it where Mark Carney was saying that the United States is no longer the leader. I think this is it here. So
Canada is ready to take a leadership role in building a coalition of like-minded countries who share our values. We believe in international cooperation. We believe in the free and open exchange of goods, services, and ideas. And if the United States no longer wants to lead, Canada will. Canada is ready.
why? Like, why should Canada be the leader? Like, why is there this desire to become the leader in the first place, to take advantage of this situation to become the leader? Like, I've been involved, like, to me, this is just coming from a personal place, but why should there be a leader at all in this world when it comes to certain economics and policies and things of that sort? Like, why does there need to be this hierarchy in countries? We can lead the way in certain things, but I don't think Canada is necessarily the best leader for the world, but that is every country. You know, I don't, like, it's that whole idea of, like, what's the best country in the world? There is no answer to that. It's an unanswerable question because it all depends on who you are, what life you were brought up in, what your values are, what economic group you grew up in, like what class you grew up in. Like, all of that will change your perspectives as to what is the best country in the world. Because you often hear Canada being in the top 5 of the best countries in the world to live. Who are they asking in those polls? Like, really, who are they asking? Because Indigenous peoples don't think that. People living with disabilities don't think that. So there is no such thing as the best country in the world. There are countries that are best for some people, depending on who they are, what their background is, what their economic standing is. And so there are some countries that are better for some, but this idea that we need a global leader, I think, is outdated. But that's me. And I don't see why Canada should want to be that leader when we are so vulnerable as is. Like, we have no cultural influence around the world. We have no economic, like, real economic influence. If there's going to be another leader, it's probably going to be China, because they've been putting the work into it already when it comes to, like, investing in Africa and infrastructure and things of that sort. We don't have a high-speed rail in Canada. We don't, take the environment nearly as seriously as it needs to be taken because of oil and what this country has in the way of resources. So why should we be the leader? That's a me thing. It's just this idea of wanting to be at the top of this hierarchy, and I don't think that's achievable in this day and age for any one country to be the leader anymore. That's not. I don't feel like that's how it should work. But a little bit of a change. So that was his speeches, about the tariffs and where Canada's standing. This was actually a little surprising. I was not expecting this. So this is from Desmond Cole on Twitter. And he says, most conversations about Gaza I've seen during this election is coming out of Quebec. The reason for that is not as many Zionists are paying attention to what's happening in Quebec. That would be my guess, is that people feel a little bit more free to talk about that in Quebec because a lot of the English Zionists are not paying attention to what's coming out of there. That's my guess. So on one day of the campaign, Yves Blanchet spoke about the license Trump has given Israel to break the ceasefire. Interesting to note the relative silence in the rest of Canada. Yeah. they'll probably speak more openly about it because they're not going to get noticed so much. But there's this. Watch this, and this is from the National Council of Canadian Muslims. Watch this statement by Prime Minister Mark Carney on dangerous parallels between Netanyahu's threats in Gaza, Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Trump's rhetoric. This is in French, but they do have subtitles in English. I'm trying... I hate to do this, especially so last minute when I just want to get to the video. Put a 1 in the Sandbox if you want to hear me read the subtitles, or put a 2 if you're okay just reading the subtitles and listening to them speak in French. Let me know which one you would prefer in the Sandbox. And of course there's a delay, so yeah. Unicorn. It's a little floppy horn there. There we go. Something to play with at my desk anyway. I'm getting some results in. It seems to be pretty unanimous. Okay, I will read the English subtitles. The Wild Ones wants the French. Okay. Getting far more ones. To more from the 5 says, I'll super chat that $20 if you read all the French subtitles. Well, I'll do that because you said nothing about reading them well. Okay, so. So this is the reporter talking, saying, I definitely want to talk. Does it help if I make it big? Yeah. About the humanitarian crisis that's unfolding. Obviously, a horrible thing that no one, why am I looking up there when it's right there, would want to relive. It's overwhelming, but Mr. Netanyahu has repeated again in recent hours that he wants to seize strips of certain, ultimately the whole Gaza Strip. What would you say to Netanyahu to end the humanitarian crisis? Free the hostages and leave Gaza. And let's see, is this when he switched over?
Faire libérer les otages et ne pas occuper Gaza. Est-ce possible?
And occupied as possible. So now he's replying. So let's backtrack. So free the hostages and leave Gaza unoccupied. Is it possible? And now he's replying. I start with a common theme in the 3 situations of Canada, Ukraine, of Gaza. It's about territorial integrity. This is absolutely the Palestinians' untouchable. So territorial integrity. So of Gaza, it's about territorial integrity. This is absolutely untouchable. Untouchable. He's talking about the Palestinians having a right to keep Gaza as their territory. It's not, it doesn't seem like a big thing, but Justin Trudeau never said this. The Palestinians must have the right to their territory. Absolutely, okay? First things first. Secondly, every effort must be made to reestablish the ceasefire in Gaza and resume humanitarian aid. This situation is horrible, and it takes Canada can play a role in humanitarian aid, but above all, it must reinforce principle and stand up for principles, human dignity, and the rights of all individuals in any region of the world. It's not major. Ideally, it's not what I would want, but actually acknowledging that the Palestinians have a right to their own territory in Gaza. It's a start. It makes me feel like he's at least maybe movable on some issues that Justin Trudeau was an absolutely hard no on. So the NCCM is also saying in this video, he specifically states that territorial integrity is untouchable and agrees that Palestinians must have a right to their territory. All Canadians leaders must speak out that annexation, whether threatened towards Canada, Ukraine, Palestine, is illegal and wrong, and we must take action. So it's a small statement, but it's a start because it is pretty horrible what's happening over there. So Israel walks back its account of the killing of 15 medics in Gaza after video seems to contradict it. I'm not going to go into too much detail of this absolutely horrendous story of how medics were just slaughtered by Israeli soldiers, but I am just going to point out that it's getting really bad when the media actually says Israel did this. Where is it? So here they're talking about like Israeli troops, because usually it's just done in a way like, oh, they died, but we're not going to tell you how they died. Here we go. So Israeli strikes have killed more than 150 emergency responders from the Red Cross and civil defense, most of them while on duty, as well as over 1,000 health workers, according to the UN. Israeli military rarely investigates such incidences. Israeli strikes have killed more than 150. Again, that seems like a minor thing, but we have just been begging the media to say, who's doing it? Because usually it would just say more 150 emergency responders killed in strikes. That's normally what would be said. So to actually say that it was Israel who did it, it's about time the media starts saying that. And to, even mention in the headline that they have to walk back its account and they're saying Israel by name. Again, it's a minor. It seems like it should be a minor thing, but it kind of goes to show how absolutely dire the situation is getting there if the media is finally not capitulating to Zionist language and actually saying Israel did this. A little bit more from Mark Carney that makes me feel like he's going to be better than Justin Trudeau at least. So Carney distances himself from late father's view of Indigenous children residential schools. I love my father, but I don't share those views, Liberal leader says. Liberal leader Mark Carney distanced himself Saturday from comments his late father made 60 years ago as an educator that were dismissive of some Indigenous people and his subsequent defense of residential schools in the later years of his life. And we'll listen to what he says here.
There are several articles out about your father, specifically about...
I'm sorry, can you guys hear that at all? Because it was like super duper quiet for me.
There are several articles out about your father, specifically about how he was
Okay, the
critical of
question is
federal NDND
super
schools
quiet. I think
and
he's
to
louder.
defend residential schools. Do you share his views that residential school founders were not ill-intended and that Indigenous-led studies highlighting these negative effects of these institutions were, quote, slanted?
I love my father, but I don't share those views, to be absolutely clear. It's a long, painful part of our history. I've learned personally, we've learned as a nation. We're in a process of the damage, of the fundamental damage of residential schools and day schools to those who attended them, those who were their descendants, if I can put it that way, the culture as well, and a very necessary, essential process of reconciliation, truth and reconciliation has begun. At the core of my government, as it was the case at the core of the previous government, will be to advance that process of reconciliation. That's a fundamentally and deeply held personal commitment of mine. Thank you.
Now, the reason why I'm kind of pointing this out is this is, again, another way he's separating himself from the Liberal Party. Because you have Chrystia Freeland, and as we all say, you know, we shouldn't judge people based on what their parents or grandparents did. And Chrystia Freeland's grandfather was involved with the Nazi Party and stuff. And the reason why we keep on bringing it up and stuff is because she's never actually spoken out against it. She hasn't tried to separate herself from it. And Justin Trudeau has never once, from what I've seen, ever called out his own father, who was prime minister, when there were still roughly 60 residential schools in operation. I counted them out for a video I did a long time ago. And when Pierre Trudeau was prime minister over his 2 terms, there was roughly 60 residential schools still open. And they're federally run, so he definitely knew about them and he knew what was going on. And Justin Trudeau never said anything. And it's part of the reason why I believe he never cared about Indigenous issues and why he was always very superficial about it, because he couldn't call it out because he'd be calling out his father. And he didn't want to tarnish his family name or something. So just having him say that I don't share those values, again, it seems like a little thing, but it is very much a detachment from other examples within the Liberal Party that we've seen. And then it goes into like what his father said about it and whatnot. And we don't really need to get into those. But you know, again, this is something I wasn't expecting from him and would actually make me feel like he's movable on different things. If he's actually willing to just say something as simple as that, which has been denied to Canadians from a lot of other leaders before on various different things. Let's see, do I want to go over that? I'll just show you what this video is. Jugme was speaking about the need for all-weather roads going to all Indigenous communities. That is an issue up here in Canada. And it's nice to see it actually get addressed, because some places are only accessible by road in the winter because you go on the ice. But people die every year traveling to and from the Indigenous communities. In the winter, it's because they're traveling over lakes sometimes and they break through the water, through to the water. In the summers, roads just aren't usable. But if you're on these winter roads and your car breaks down, there might not be anyone passing you for weeks to months. So quite often the only way to get supplies in is through plane, which makes everything super expensive. And for a lot of these communities, if they just lengthen the laneway for the highway, for the airplanes to land in on, larger planes could actually be accessible to these communities, which would mean the cost in goods would also go down. So it's something that it's good to at least see one of our leaders, Jugmeat as a leader, address. But on the flip side of Mark Carney, something I'm worried about. So I'm getting less worried about him in certain areas because, you know, he's definitely going to maintain the status quo of, you know, helping out people who already have money. But he seems to be demonstrating an openness to be different than the Liberal Party. But this is an area I can't say I'm surprised where we'd have to push back on. But because of his other stuff, I'm actually thinking we have a better chance of moving Mark Carney. But let's get into it. So Christo Avalos had just tweeted this out, saying that Mark Carney teams up with Poilievre, will not expand pharmacare if he wins this election. And I'm voting NDP because I don't want poor people die due to lack of medication. My last live stream, I pushed back against a tweet that was quoting Pierre Poilievre, saying that he was talking about women's biological clocks. And I pushed back against it, and I was like the only person to push back against it. And I got people pushing back against me for pushing back against that. Because I honestly think that was Pierre Poilievre trying not to make it specifically about women. It's like, don't think of women, don't think of women. Biological clock for couples. So he said couples, and that couples are struggling to raise children because of the cost of living and their biological clock. And he said there, and couples, and they. So it's like he was desperately trying not to make it about women, but he couldn't help himself by throwing in the biological clock phrase. Like, I think he was trying to make it about the family unit, and he just failed. That's a misquote. Will not expand.
On your affordability theme, you mentioned daycare, you mentioned dental care. I haven't heard you talk about pharmacare, and I know your party was kind of leveraged into this by the NDP. Are you committed, if you form government, to expanding that above and beyond diabetes and birth control medications for people who don't have employer plans or provincial plans?
Committed, absolutely, to keeping what is in place. I think those broader judgments will take place in the. If there were to be an expansion, it's in the context of decisions around a range of priorities.
He's not saying he won't, but he's not saying he will. And to me, that's a difference. Because by saying he won't means he can't be pushed into it. By saying that it's going to be in with different decisions and priorities and they're going to examine it, to me, that at least communicates he could be movable. But I still don't like it. It still should be, I absolutely will be expanding things. But the thing is he doesn't want to make the promise that he will, because it's very hard to follow through on it later on, depending on legislation, what kind of power the party has, and then trying to figure out which drugs. So it's hard to say, I will expand this blank medication to all Canadians if I get into power, because they have to examine it to see financially which ones. And it's a larger process. But he didn't say he won't, because he's saying will not expand pharmacare. It's not quite what he was saying, but it's still worrisome. It's still worrisome to me.
We also heard recently from Mark Carney that he said he would not expand pharmacare. And we're not surprised by that. I don't think anyone should be surprised by that, because the Liberals have
employer plans or provincial plans.
Committed, absolutely, to keeping what is in place. I think those broader judgments will take place in the. If there were to be an expansion, it's in the context of decisions around a range of priorities.
We also heard recently from Mark Carney that he said he would not expand pharmacare.
Again, if you're going quote, just be accurate. Like, I'd be a lot less upset about that tweet about Pierre Poilievre if they had just quoted it accurately and said, talking about, like, if the person who quoted it had just said, talking about a couple's biological clock, and then saying something about how this is putting women on the spot, how it's usually related to women. Here, by just saying he's not promising to expand it, versus he is saying he will not expand it. He's not promising to expand it. It's nuance, and I hate nuance, that it's just not included. And it's used for party politics because, of course, I would love a much stronger response in saying we absolutely will look into how we will expand it versus what Mark Carney said. But to claim that he outright said that they're not going to is also misleading.
Surprised by that. I don't think anyone should be surprised by that, because the Liberals would have never brought in pharmacare but for New Democrats fighting for it and forcing them to do it.
And that is true. That is true.
And it shows you again that the Liberals are not committed to healthcare. They're not committed to pharmacare. They're not going to expand it. If you believe in a universal public healthcare system, vote NDP. If you believe in expanding our healthcare, including pharmacare, vote NDP. If you believe in this, vote NDP.
And there's an article here about it, why Canadians want the next federal government to follow through on universal pharmacare program. Don't have to go into too much detail here because I think it's kind of intuitive. Of course we want more pharmacare. So access to healthcare in Canada, and this is from CTV News, about 3.8 million people in Canada have been diagnosed with diabetes, according to the federal government. Diabetes-related costs to healthcare system reach an estimated $27 billion in 2018, and they could surpass $39 billion by 2028. The better access to the tools, medication, devices, supplies that people have, then in the better off individuals are to reduce the risk of complications and in terms of healthcare system and reduce hospitalization and emergency room visits down the road, said Joan King, Director of Government Affairs with Advocacy with Diabetes Canada. But the list of drugs covered is finite and can vary from province to province, which is a concern. We are wanting that list or lists to be expansive. Let's see. So this is where the parties stand with pharmacare. Health Minister Kamal Khera says that a re-elected Liberal government would work to create bilateral pharmacare agreements with the remaining provinces and territories, but it's unclear if Liberal leader Mark Carney would expand the coverage to include other drugs. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre promised to keep existing pharmacare and dental care coverage if his party forms government. I do not trust that. I do not trust that at all. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has said the party will continue to push for an increase in the number of drugs covered under the pharmacare deals. The Canadian Health Coalition wants to see pharmacare deals finished and eventually expanded. Yeah, I think there should be universal pharmacare, as in all medications fall under pharmacare. Like it should be. Plain and simple. And I think a lot of this should be taken away from the provinces when it comes to healthcare, because when we leave it up to the provinces, like this is like a no-win situation, because it all depends on the type of government you have in. If you have a conservative government in, our healthcare will be chipped away, federally or provincially. But it's just, we get a very bleak idea of what would happen to our healthcare if Pierre Poilievre gets in, because we have an example called Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta, apparently thinking kids with cancer shouldn't get popsicles. So this is from the Breakdown Alberta, things you'll hear from Smith in this clip about food being taken from kids with cancer. Excuses and blame, things you won't hear. The fact that the memo came from the highest levels over 2 weeks ago and took public outcry to correct, or an apology.
about changes to food delivery in hospitals and urgent care centers. AHS has since said that the popsicles will remain, but can you give any clarification to this story, and can you, I guess, give any context in terms of what changes are going to be taking place?
All I can tell is that there was something lost in translation. What AHS, and this was a decision that was made back in September, their intention was to change food delivery so that they could reduce any potential spoilage and waste, which...
And like the breakdown said, there's no apology or anything, but we can go to this article here. So Alberta Health Services reverses course, says childhood cancer patients won't be deprived of food. So it took a lot of pushback for her to reverse this decision. And you can expect things like this to happen on a federal level if the Conservatives get in, where they will do something that is just so blatantly bad that there's actually enough pushback that they have to reverse course. But when they do, it's not a complete reversal. They still get a little bit of what they want in it. And that's pretty much what Danielle Smith is doing. They still get a little bit of what they want in it. But they have to step away from looking like complete monsters. Outrage from parents that Alberta Health Services would no longer be offering popsicles, ginger ale, or juice boxes to pediatric cancer patients appears to have resulted in health agency backing away from some planned changes to its food and drink policies. Like, just the idea that you would deny children popsicles that are dealing with, like, basically they were saying the parents should have to pay for it out of pocket. That you bring what you want with you to the hospital or you pay for it out of pocket. Parents complained to Global News that AHS was taking away food items that are critical to help patients, such as childhood cancer patients, deal with the trauma of chemotherapy and other forms of treatment. Just want to take that popsicle out of that kid's hand. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And that's what we will be seeing at a federal level. Should the Conservatives get in. Okay, what else do I have? I have, I think, two more. Is it two more or one more? Two more dockets. One is about Rachel Gilmore. We'll get into what's happened to her. Somebody that I feature on my channel quite a bit, an amazing independent journalist, and how she was attacked by a bunch of trolls. And then just a couple small stories. So, oh gosh, I've already been at this for 3.5 hours. And I started early thinking I'm going to get done earlier. I always do that, don't I? Let's check the Sandbox. Let's see. Probably because I love talking to you guys so much. Yeah, I'm blaming you guys for this live stream being so long because I like talking to all of you. Okay, I'm going to have to skip over a whole bunch just so I don't get too off track. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, Canada, the new leader of the world. I hope you guys understand what I was saying about that. Like, I hope I was able to communicate it properly. 56 Nick Rich, better to lead than follow? No? It's not so much about being a leader. I just don't think that any country can be the leader. And so cooperation, I think, would be ideal. And Mozart saying lead by example. Yeah. It's more just about cooperating with others, but we don't need a global leader. And, you know, sometimes if you have a good leader, then why not follow? It's a lot of work to be a leader. It takes a lot of work. And if you have a decent foundation in whoever's leading, then it's easier to focus on changing yourself, of doing what you need to do to help out, your organization and stuff of that sort, if you're not so focused on maintaining that leadership. Because if Canada wants to be the leader, it's almost implying like we've already taken care of a lot of the stuff that's wrong in this country when we haven't. So I don't know, but that's every country though. That's every country. Like I don't think any one country should be a leader of this world. '56 Nick Rich, why not lead? Again, and you have to keep in mind, we're seeing this through our own filter, our own maple wash filter. We don't have a global presence that is worthy of being leadership right now. We might think so because we live in this country and we see what this country claims to be and is doing and stuff of that sort. But again, the biggest comparison I can think of right now is China, who's actually been proactively involved in other nations, building their infrastructure, giving loans, helping to modernize them. Things that Canada has not been doing, has been actively against in some areas. It's not just a matter of being leader, it's asking who would follow. Like, who would take our leadership seriously? And it's hard for us to see it or understand it when we live in this bubble. That's why I say there's no best country in the world, because it's impossible. It's an impossible metric. And it depends on like what kind of morals are you talking about when it comes to Canada, because seems to be very permissive of genocides, what's going on in Gaza right now. But, I like the freedoms I have. I like my ability to express my gender identity, be who I am. And I think that would be a great place to be a leader from. But I can say a lot of the things that I've benefited in this country is partially because I'm white. There's a lot of other people who live within the borders of this country whose experience of this country is drastically different. And to try to put like this imperialistic view of Canada onto the rest of the world, again, it's not so much Canada shouldn't be, it's that no nation should be. Sorry, the problem is that I get backtracked in the sandbox talking about something and then it starts looping around again. '56 Next Rich. These Sunday evening shows actually fit in with my schedule. Oh, good. I'm glad I still have some of you, because I know that there's another premiere going on right now on a different channel that takes a lot of my audience. I'm not going to tell you what it is now. Let's see. Oh, hello, Chrissy Zed. Did I say hi to Atticus among us yet? If not, hi. And did I say hi to Bobby? Oh, I'm losing track of everyone I've said hi to, so just hi to everyone in the sandbox. Yeah, Looney Tunes says that Environmental Coffee House is looking to book me for an appearance on her Friday show, April 25th. Uh, that's not next Friday. Is this up? No, it's not this upcoming Friday. I haven't seen the email, but if it was sent recently, I wouldn't have seen it yet because I've been busy doing this. But I will check. Let's see. People talking about the NDP and coalitions, and it's like, yeah, sure, ideally I would love the NDP to win. Or for there at least to be a coalition. It's not going to happen. They're going to be destroyed. It's not that I want them to, it's just they are. Because generally speaking, I would be more of a fan of voting NDP. But I still fall under the ABC, anyone but conservative. So vote for the party that's most likely to be the conservative in this upcoming election. That's my only endorsement. Looney Tunes 9000 says, don't blame me for going over 6 hours. I don't think it's going to go that long. Because I do want to eat like dinner. Geodragon. Red is definitely your color. The dress is nice. Why, thank you. Don't you guys start talking about food. I'm hungry. Christy said, oh, hello, Sandy. One of my top 5 favorite shirts. Gorgeous. Why, thank you. Okay, yeah, let's get into it. I want to wrap this up. So this is about Rachel Gilmore. She's been on a bit of a journey the past week, really. So she's an independent journalist that I feature plenty of times on my channel. She does amazing work. She's very smart, knows politics, does a lot of videos on TikTok and YouTube and stuff. Has a lot of experience, used to work at the in Parliament as a press reporter and stuff. So just an amazing person. And she had some good news, followed by some really shitty news, followed by some, okay, full circle news. So we'll start with press progress. CTV canceled a fact-checking segment in response to political pressure from Pierre Poilievre's conservatives. I think if we go down, so this was where it started. So Rachel Gilmore was saying, a little personal news today. I'll be joining CTV Your Morning every Friday for the election to fact-check the campaign. So stoked for this. Thank you for having me, CTV. She opens up my blue sky.
Journalist Rachel Gilmore. Yeah, if you want to make an informed decision, it's best not to do it on mis or disinformation. Journalist Rachel Gilmore, it's been great to have you on Your Morning, and I want to let everybody know you're going to join us every week throughout this campaign for a Fact Check Friday. We're going to take a closer look at what's been said throughout the week on the campaign trail. You're going to fact check it for us every Friday. Can't wait for that. Thanks so much, Rachel.
I am so excited.
Yeah, if you...
Well, that was short-lived. So CTV has canceled a segment on its national morning show fact-checking election misinformation after online backlash from Pierre Poilievre's conservatives and right-wing alternative media outlets targeting a prominent journalist. An audio recording obtained by Press Progress shows the show's executive producer made the decision over concerns that the volume of that pushback targeting the journalist had become a distraction for CTV. So if we go down, this is part of the phone call.
Hey, this is Rachel Gilmore. Is this Jennifer?
And you can also find this on her YouTube channel.
Hey, it is. How are you? I'm okay. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. Thanks for calling me back. Yeah, of course.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to link to this in the Sandbox. And I also highly recommend that you go out and see her channel, Rachel Gilmore's channel, where she has a video about this and she plays the full phone call. But there is no ambiguity, you guys know the word I'm looking for. It's very obvious. There's no wiggle room. The person on the phone, who is a woman, says, "We are doing this because of the trolls. We are canceling the segment with you because of the trolls." And she even says, "I know it's tough being a woman in this field, and we're capitulating to that environment." So despite the on-air announcement, it would prove to be the first and last fact-checking segment CTV would ever air. Shortly after, Gilmore shared a clip of her appearance on social media and thanked CTV for the opportunity. Sebastian a senior campaign official for Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives, denounced CTV for letting a disgraced disinformation peddler lie directly to their viewers. In a shocking new low for CTV News, they are having a disgraced disinformation peddler lie directly for their viewers in the guides and news. So just, yeah, it was just a perverse attack of trolls, some who are attached to Pierre Poilievre's campaign and right-wing influencers. Let's see. The show. I'm trying to think of all that I remembered. So really discouraging. Like, it is very hard to not be a male in this space and get any sort of attention. And so when you have someone who's really put the work into it and is an amazing independent journalist like Rachel Gilmore, to lose an opportunity, if you watch her video about it on her channel, like, this was a full circle for her because CTV is kind of where she started. And to have that kind of pulled out from her. So here's from her Twitter account. "I'm devastated, but I'm also angry. I'm angry because this is an attack on press freedom. If opportunities can be stripped from journalists simply because enough people repeat the same bad faith narrative, how can anyone withstand the career impact of doing work that matters?"
This is the real impact of the harassment that I have to deal with. After CTV Your Morning announced that I would be joining them every Friday of the campaign to do a fact check, a bunch of bad faith right-wingers who hate me for no other reason than I have reported accurately on the things that people they agree with politically have said and done. They just swarmed, including someone who up until a week before the election was Pierre Poilievre's main spokesperson and is still on Pierre Poilievre's team. And yesterday, CTV called me and informed me that I've lost this career opportunity. Because I was worried that they were going to be spineless, I recorded the phone call. And in that phone call, CTV made it extremely clear that this was being canceled because of the online backlash, not because of my skill set, not because of anything that I have said or done, but because of the way that these bad faith trolls were talking about me online. Bad faith trolls and a member of Pierre Poilievre's team. Before I play you any of this audio, I want you to understand that this is why these guys do this. This is why I get harassed so badly, because they know that it'll work. If you see someone reporting on far right, on threats to democracy, on the rights of trans people, and you bully everyone who gives them a career opportunity anytime they achieve anything, and then those career opportunities get taken away, you're going to realize that it works. And now, because CTV just caved to this pressure for no other reason than the backlash that these guys intentionally inflicted on me, they're going to know that they can do it again. This is a direct attack on journalism, on the freedom of the press, and frankly, it really, really is crushing for me. Here's the phone call, and you can decide for yourself.
This is Rachel Gilmore. Is this Jennifer?
And then on her YouTube channel is the full video. It's about 8 minutes long. And so, here, let's do this. I will toss the link into the Sandbox to the YouTube video. Okay, so it's 9 minutes long. So people can check out the full video of it. And it really is, it's heartbreaking what she had to go through. And so here we have, though, CTV News. So they canceled her because so many trolls, so many trolls bugging them that they decided to cancel her. Meanwhile, I don't know how to say her name, but she's also been involved in mainstream media as somebody who is an anchor type person, I believe. But she says, forget everything else. Why the double standard? Rachel's problem, but this guy is acceptable. So we're talking about CTV News. Why are you putting Anthony Koch on your chat show after he viciously and despicably called another political commentator a vile cunt? But if you fire a fact checker because his Poilievre Conservative Party doesn't like her answers. And so this is Anthony Koch. I can excuse the massacre of your people, but I draw a line at you calling me a vile cunt. A certified cunt would call blah, blah, blah. He really likes that word. More from him. The people screaming in Toronto are not just calling for the murder of Jews. The people publicizing their support for martyrs who abducted Israeli children, not supporting those abductions. So again, he's very much pro-Zionist and calls this other reporter a vile cunt. And I wish you a life of misery and suffering. May your name and memory be erased. Horrible piece of shit. But he gets to go on CTV News. So this person gets to go on CTV News. And just a little bit more about who this person is. BC Conservative under fire over spokesman unknown, known for insults, slurs, and online abuse. A coalition of organizers representing religious and racialized groups across Canada issued a joint letter calling John Rustad's BC Conservatives to hold their party spokesperson accountable for pattern of behavior. So Anthony Koch has repeatedly made misogynistic, divisive, inflammatory remarks targeting Muslims, Sikhs, and women of color. I believe I covered him back when I was covering the BC election. And he is just an absolutely horrendous piece of shit. So he gets a place on CTV News. But because he didn't start a whole bunch of trolls going after them, because there wasn't enough pushback, he's allowed to stay on. But somebody who accurately reports on people like him gets their position canceled. Because too many of these right-wingers feel vulnerable to this woman. So here's just somebody replying or responding to a segment, part of that video that she sent out. Pathetic sniveling rat pushes out fake tears for her desperate neckbeard gooners, finally grasping that her toxic blend of bile and hate has torched any hope of career, leaving her unemployable, unwanted, and irrelevant. And those are the type of people that were contacting CTV. And she replied to him just saying, that you watch this vulnerable moment and revel in it truly shows me what sad small person you are. But honestly, I pity you, Kian, because I only have to experience your pathetic, angry world when I interact with you. You have to live it every second of every day. Yeah, and somebody who, says all that horrendous bullshit, you can be sure they're a miserable human being, and they're the ones that kind of deserve the horrible stuff that goes towards them. But the thing is that this isn't the first time CTV has kind of done this to women in particular. And I remember covering this way back when. So a reminder, CTV News has canceled Women again under pressure from Pierre Poilievre's mob. Again, meanwhile, the worst conservatives who call women to be deported and vile cunts whose names and memory should be erased are platformed. And she stands with Rachel Gilmore. And so I covered this way back when. She's saying, is this a joke? The edit was, we want to make a motion versus we want to make a motion for carbon tax election. And an apology was already issued when media are caving to angry partisan mobs. We're in big trouble. So this was just a couple words were edited out of a segment, and they fired the editors responsible for it because Pierre Poilievre made a stink about it. And it was a difference between we want to make a motion, but he was terribly upset that carbon tax election was left out of it. Because we want to make a motion about, I think it was about non-confidence vote against the government, but they wanted to make it about the carbon tax, and they left that part out, and he was so upset. And so CTV National News today issued the following statement regarding a report from September 22nd of last year. A report Sunday news broadcast did not meet our require high editorial standards. We sincerely and unreservedly apologize for the matter in this report went on air and false impression it created. Again, almost no difference in the statement, and women lost their jobs because of it, because Pierre Poilievre and the right-wingers made a stink about it. But there was also this. Important to remember that CTV News is the news organization that fired veteran news anchor Lisa Laflamme for being an older woman. CTV's News is a cowardly organization that does not value or protect women journalists. Appalling lack of journalistic ethics. Yes, Lisa Laflamme, an award-winning anchor, was fired because she was going gray. That's not an exaggeration as far as I know. She started looking like an older woman, and so they fired her. So can I be shocked that that same organization would then fire Rachel Gilmore because a bunch of right-wing men demanded it? Absolutely cowardice. Just spineless news organization. The media should be holding people like those right-wing trolls to account, but they are buckling to that pressure over and over again. You cannot trust reporting from an organization like this if they're afraid to actually platform people who are telling the truth, people who are going to push back against that system. You can't trust them to be honest actors in the media sphere if they're going to do such bullshit moves like that. But Rachel Gilmore just wanted to let people know, well, folks, I'm incredibly grateful and a little overwhelmed in a good way. It's heartening to see how many care about an issue that's so much bigger than any one journalist. It's a trend and we have to stop it. You all give me hope, and we might be able to do that because she got a lot of people supporting her online, other content creators supporting her and stuff, because what happened to her was just completely uncalled for. But here, a little bit of a good news update from it.
Welcome to your first Fact Check Friday. Yeah, that's right. CTV's loss was the National Observer's gain. And now I'll be doing these fact checks for you every week of the election campaign, alongside my pal Emily Barron-Kadloff. Don't you love a happy ending? I sure do. Anyways, let's hop to it. Emily and I have...
So the National Observer decided to pick her up, which is good. So this person had just tweeted out, breaking, Rachel Gilmore is back with a new fact-checking gig. To no one's surprise, it's the National Observer. And they had tweeted out, we're very excited to announce journalists Rachel Gilmore and Emily Barron Kadloff are teaming up with National Observer staff for a bi-weekly election fact-checking segment. First post coming tomorrow, followed for updates. And Rachel retweeted this out. And I'm a little worried about something. And I hope it's nothing. I really, really hope it's nothing. Because this is the tweet here. And I tried to look it up. And here's Rachel tweeting, quote tweeting it. Very excited about my new fact-checking Fridays with National Observer and Emily in that tweet. This tweet. It's not available. The post is unavailable. The post went away. I hope that doesn't mean anything bad. Like, I really do hope that Rachel, all the success in the world, her YouTube channel is doing great. Like, her videos in generally are great. She has her own podcast that she's doing that's picking up steam. So I really, really hope, because we need more voices like her. And I really, really hope that this is nothing. That the fact that National Post has deleted their tweet about hiring her is nothing. Oh, back to the main shot. So that's just an update on Rachel Gilmore and just, the lengths that the right wing will go to crush independent journalists, women in particular. Oh. More from the 5. Rachel Gilmore would be a great election night guest. I am flattered you think I stand any chance of getting her onto my show. We have no connection whatsoever. I would love to do a live stream or a podcast with her, but I'm a complete unknown. Let's check the Sandbox and then just a couple more small things to get to. Which is good, because I really have to go to the bathroom, and I don't want to take a break to go to the bathroom. Okay, I saw that. Yes, buy my book, Looney Tunes 9000. Put in the link. It's available in ebook and paperback. Buy my book, buy my book, buy my book. Makes me happy. If you have the money to send me a super chat instead of doing that, please buy the book. Because it helps. And leave good reviews. I'm super curious to see what people think of it. Let's see. Oh, hello, Sheldon. Yeah, talking about Danielle Smith basically saying, I'm okay with overt Trumpism, but draw the line at starving childhood cancer patients. BCAT, agreed, Sandy. The world should be a co-op ideally. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, Looney Tunes, you seem to be the one that's bugged by ads. And so this is like a concern of mine. If the ads are becoming too much for people, let me know and I'll stop them. For now, I won't be able to do that forever. Because I don't like ads myself personally. I despise them. And if they're becoming too much of a problem, let me know and I'll see if I can. Because the trick was I would do the option of putting them in manually and then just forget to have the ads manually put in, which is a little bit of this, but a little bit of ADHD, and I would actually honestly forget to do it. But right now I have it at the most conservative amount, and I don't want it to be a problem for people if the ads become too bothersome. Because I also don't want to suggest something along the lines like, switching over to Firefox and using uBlock Origin because Google Chrome has stopped using uBlock Origin and you can't use it there, but it's still available in Firefox and still very much blocks out every single ad that you would get on YouTube. And I don't really want to suggest that either, as an option, because it's not like I immediately had to do research to find out which option was available as soon as uBlock Origin was no longer available on Google Chrome. So those are some options there. But if they are too bothersome, but I think YouTube is also going to start putting in it so that I wouldn't be able to do that, where they would just automatically put it in no matter what. But I don't want it to be a problem for people. Like, I don't want too many, but I've seen Looney Tunes. I've seen you mention them a few times. And so if they're becoming too bothersome, let me know. And I'll see about making them less. It's one of the things of, I hate the ads. YouTube likes me better if I allow the ads. And it helps my channel and the algorithms, because then it's helping to make YouTube money. So they like it better when there's ads on my channel. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, he said that after the Dow Jones fell 1,400 points today. Not sure what that's in reference to. Other than something to do with Donald Trump and the horrible policies that he's put through. Talking about how CTV canceled a woman with gray hair. And you see, this is part of the reason why I worry, because I'm not exactly young. And trying to break into doing online political commentary as somebody who presents female, unless you have that young, like, unless you garner an audience when you're young, it's so much harder to make it when you're older. Because even a lot of people who have that audience when they're younger, as soon as they hit a certain age, they lose a lot of it. And, then you have a media company like CTV that completely folds to the idea and doesn't decide that it wants to push back against it and say, you know what, she's been giving us quality work for years and years and years. She's award winning, so we're going to keep her on, despite the fact that she might have graying hair, because, women of all ages have things to contribute to society, and it is worrisome to someone like me, because I don't have that large base. And my gray hair will at some point be showing, of what's left of my hair, because I don't have too much. It's very, very thin. But at least I still have natural color. Jump, 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 jump. Hello, Virginia W. I believe she is fact-checking with a different news source. I can't remember which one, though. She's a mainstream journalist, so that was the National Post. Or National Observer, not the National Post. Absolutely not that one. The National Observer. Yep, so big full circle there. Let's see. The Wild West. Paperback is beautiful and text size is perfect for comfortable reading. I had no say in it. It's just the way that the book is made. So I got the proof of it, so I was also satisfied with it. The print it's it's fairly decent size. It's not going to focus, so you don't get the spoiler in the first chapter that I just showed. And again, for people who are still just trickling in late, this Friday, I'm going to be on the Letter Hack at 10 p.m. Eastern to talk about the book. So if you've read the book and you can check out his live stream, that'd be great. The more people who've read the book, the more likely I am to give spoilers, though. Although I don't think the Letter Hack has read my book or even bought one. Because I sell so few, generally speaking, I know who they've gone to. Although there has been a random sale recently, because I know Sandy from Environmental Coffee House bought a book. There has been a recent sale since, so who knows? But it will definitely change the tone, because if he has read the book and I go on to talk about the book, then I might be giving more spoilers. But if he has not read the book, then I'm going to try my best not to give spoilers. Let's see. Oh, am I at the bottom? I'm at the bottom. Looney Tunes reminding people to turn the top chat off. I keep on trying to remember to say that at the beginning of the live stream, but I wish it was the default to have it at live chat. Okay, let's just quickly go over the last couple things that I have here. Shocking no one, more snowbirds selling U.S. homes amid growing tensions. And this is from CP24, and this is the one with the video that wasn't playing. And we don't have to go through this personal experience story first, so we'll skip down to the Dunlops are a part of an estimated 1 million Canadians who flock to the U.S. every winter, significantly fueling the U.S. housing market. So guess what? There's going to be more houses on the U.S. market thanks to Canadians. According to the National Association of Realtors, Canadians were the top foreign buyers of U.S. homes in 2024, snapping up 13% of properties, mostly in Florida and Arizona. So a whole bunch of rich Canadians are no longer buying homes in the United States, which might help your housing market a little bit if they all go on the market. But it's also, a lot of people probably can't afford those homes anyway. Canadians are becoming a lot more wary about doing anything in the United States. Let's see. So as uncertainty grows, Snowbird Advisor is closely watching how these changes affect future snowbird trends, saying, while many Canadians still travel south and stayed this winter, the combination of political tensions, economic factors, and new rules requiring Canadians to register if they stay in the U.S. for more than 30 days may have long-lasting effect. What we are seeing on our side is there is still a strong interest in snowbirds looking to go on to the U.S. next winter, but there's also a strong interest in snowbirds looking at alternative destinations, said Snowbird Advisory President. And then just more on that. Canada updates travel advice to warn of U.S. border officers' powers to search electronic devices. People I know talking about going to the States right now are actually like, so we're just going to be getting a burner phone with no details on it, because you can't be stopped on the streets in the United States without a search warrant and have your electronic devices searched. You can at the border. That is, they're allowed to just look into your phones at the border, detain you. Lots of horrible stories there. I don't know how how do you feel safe traveling across the border with all this? So the federal government has quietly updated its online travel advice to remind Canadians to expect scrutiny from Border Patrol officers if they travel to the United States. A website with official advice for travelers heading south was updated with a paragraph about the significant discretion officers have when it comes to deciding who enters their country, including the powers to search phones and laptops. U.S. authorities strictly enforce entry requirements, expect scrutiny at ports of entries, including electronic devices, comply and be forthcoming, blah, 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 blah. So agents at U.S. Border Patrol have long had the power to ask to search travelers' belongings, but the government update outlines the phone. Okay, there's something else I wanted to get to. Just saying, for many people, a phone is the window to the soul. So far, U.S. Custom and Border Protection statistics show 0.1% of people crossing the border had their electronic devices searched in 2024. Sometimes agents will ask for a search based on their gut, which can be through either explicit or implicit bias leading to discrimination. Which phones will get searched? And it's not just, it wouldn't just be based on race. If you have a rainbow flag anywhere in your car, then your phone might get searched to see if you have any anti-Trump rhetoric going on, or if you're watching too many videos that are negative about the United States. Like, this is really disturbing. And this was the woman who was held in ICE for 11 days. Like, just, I don't know how anyone can feel safe going down there. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that it's getting worse. So there hasn't been like an official travel advisory yet, but it's getting there. But something else I wanted to cover was this, kind of sneaking in under the radar. YouTube removes gender identity from hate speech policy. Sometime between January 25th and February 7th of this year, shortly after Trump took office, YouTube quietly updated its hate speech policy to remove the phrase gender identity. YouTube doesn't allow hate speech towards a number of groups, content that promotes violence and hatred towards other groups. So the removal of gender identity and expression category has caused anger in the trans and non-binary communities who see it as a direct attack on their abilities to safely use the platform. YouTube quietly removing gender identity and expression from its list of protected groups is a major radical shift away from best practices in the field of trust and safety and content moderation, a spokesperson for GLAAD told me. Like Meta's recent dangerous rollbacks of hate speech protections for transgender and non-binary people, the removal of these specific words appears to be responsive alignment with the anti-LGBTQ agenda of Project 2025, which calls for targeting woke culture warriors, starting with deleting the term sexual orientation and gender identity. Under the list of examples of hate speech provided to YouTube's policies, in line with protected groups, is just a form of mental illness that needs to be cured was also removed. A YouTube spokesperson said that the removal of gender identity and expression from the hate speech policy was part of a regular copy edit to the website, and that their enforcement of the policy hasn't changed. Hate speech towards someone over their sex, gender, or sexual orientation is still barred. However, critics say that gender is very different than gender identity and expression. According to the World Health Organization, gender and sex are related, but categorically different from gender identity. Gender identity refers to a person's deeply felt internal and individual experience of gender, which may or may not correspond to the person's physiology or designated sex at birth. If YouTube's hate speech policy really does still protect people from being targeted with hate on the basis of gender identity, the public-facing policy should continue to say that, a GLAAD person said, adding that this removal would lead to an average user to believe that the policy has changed. So YouTube is like, oh no, it's still there. So this is the old one. This is the old one from YouTube Help Content Guidelines. And so we have age, caste, disability, ethnicity, gender, identity, and expression right there. Nationality, race, immigration status, religion, sex, gender, sexual orientation, victims of major violent event in their kin, veteran status. This is the new one. Now you might think, wow, a lot of things were removed because look, that's a much shorter list than this one. That's because if you look here, caste, ethnicity, or race. Caste, ethnicity, or race. So here, a lot of them got grouped onto the same line. But if you count them out, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So, if you go back, all of these are here except this one. So they moved all of them over except gender identity and expression. That's the only one that didn't get moved over to the new policy. Now, I don't know if that's why I suddenly got somebody to say extraordinarily horrendous, hateful things towards me recently on YouTube. But this isn't exactly making me feel good as somebody who is non-binary. This is very, very worrisome. That, again, here is another social media giant just bending the knee to Donald Trump and his rhetoric of being too woke. Because like I said before, I don't normally get harassment, but there has been somebody recently to do some stuff. And again, it doesn't bug me personally because he's a troll and I don't care. But I am worried about other people in my community coming across those comments, because if I were to repeat them, they would sound absolutely horrendous. But again, they have zero impact on me because I don't think they're trying to say it they're trying to put some effort into it to making me upset. And quite honestly, I thought it was a little bit creative and funny. Not intentionally funny though. He wasn't even trying to intentionally be funny. And I just thought it was funny and how over the top it was. But I don't want other people who are sensitive on my channel to come across those comments. So I do tend to get rid of them if I have to. If I come across them. I don't come across a lot of them. We shouldn't be rolling back. We should be going forward on these things. Like, it's just, again, it's so frustrating that we have so many, the media giants like CTV. Oh no, women need to be canceled first because right-wing trolls. We have Pierre Poilievre and all the things that he wants to roll back. And now even things like they just want to keep on going backwards. And like, then you get to things extreme as this with Danielle Smith again, who in Alberta has some of the most regressive queer laws in the country for sure, but also, you know, is quite comparable to a lot of places short of like wanting execution of certain people. Like short of wanting execution and jailment of some people.
And one of the other things that I admire about your stamina is that you have been fighting for parental rights in your province. This is something we also have in common. It has been a major issue to...
So this is Danielle Smith at her PragerU chat. So this is somebody who's part of PragerU. So she gets everything wrong, and there's no castrating kids in Canada, by the way.
See the onslaught and attack on the innocence of our children when it came to chemically castrating and physically castrating kids who have been told that they're born in the wrong body. And you have done heroic work in your province on this specific subject. I think there was a bill that you passed.
Do you think she's going to say, actually, we don't do that in this country? We don't actually castrate children in this country. No, we don't do that. Physically or chemically, we do not castrate children in this country. She's the leader of a province saying this to PragerU, who probably has a very substantial audience.
I'd love for you to share some of that.
Sure, I'll tell you about the 3 bills that we did, and we took a lot of time to consult on this to get the right pathway, because.
And again, one of the things that frustrates me, we want parental rights, but we don't want them to have the right to actually work with the child who's trans and maybe get them the care they need. But we want parental rights, just not that right.
Again, when we started down this pathway, there was very little counter commentary in the media. And so we were just understanding that parents want to know what's going on with their kids. And we were seeing some terrible stories that you probably saw them on social media as well, of young people who'd made transition decisions early, sometimes with a trusted adult that wasn't their parent.
She's making it sound like then it's just any adult, but if it's not their parent, it would be their legal guardian that is making those decisions with them, not just anyone. It would be their legal guardian.
Helping them along the way, and then having regret, and then transitioning
Now, we're
backwards.
talking about 12, 13-year-olds who
Completely.
started taking chemicals with irreversible damage.
There's a case going on that I'm
Puberty blockers do not cause irreversible damage. Hormones don't cause damage. They help with the process. And the thing about the hormones is that one way or another, you're going to get hormones through natural puberty or through hormone replacement therapy. You're going to be getting them. That's what happens in puberty. And so you can get the ones that correspond with your gender identity and have a much better chance at a happy life, or be forced through a puberty that you were assigned because you were assigned a gender at birth that doesn't match who you are. But either way, you are getting the hormones. There's nothing, bad about hormone replacement therapy. And it's so frustrating that this is still a talking point. This is still something we have to push back on. But here's Danielle Smith at a PragerU thing telling everyone on that channel that children in Canada are being castrated and that we're giving them irreversible chemicals and things of that sort.
watching right now in California, exactly that. I believe the young girl began her journey at 13.
Chloe Cole. She's been on our show. Yeah.
And is now as an adult is looking for retribution.
If she knew that one person's name, there's a reason. And also, was a child, is now adult. I'm a little suspicious of the reasons of that person speaking out. And again, there will be some regret, but there are far more people who need gender affirming care as a child and a teenagers versus those who regret going through it. And it is such a minuscule amount who regret taking to get the care that they wanted growing up. Such a tiny amount compared to everything else. And there's far, far, far more trans children who don't even get that opportunity, who are forced to go through a puberty that doesn't match their gender identity.
Looking for someone to say, I was a child. Why did you let me do these things? And so I was very impacted by that. And I was looking at it through the perspective of a child. We do have a number of restrictions that we put on kids.
Really?
We don't let kids drink. We don't let them do drugs. We don't let them smoke. We don't let them drive a car. We don't let them sign contracts until they are of an age that they can make a decision.
I covered it in my last live stream. In Alberta, they're trying to make it legal for 12-year-olds to have hunting guns unsupervised. So you can have things that kill people unsupervised and go out in the woods by yourself. But don't you dare change your pronoun.
Understand the consequences of it. And so we've had some jurisprudence in our country where they've kind of determined when a kid gets to be around 15, 16 years old, they're able to start making some of their medical decisions. And so we decided that we would draw the line that anyone who is under age 16, if they want to change their pronouns or their name, that their parents have to approve that, because
yeah, they have to be forced to be outed to their parent or remain closeted if they're under 16. But if they're under 16, they can have a gun and go hunting by themselves. Because a change in pronoun is so much more dangerous than a hunting rifle. Apparently to her.
That's the beginning step. As soon as you start locking in some of that social transition, it very often leads to chemical transition. And then ban puberty blockers under age 16, ban surgeries under age 16.
And one of
surgeries under 16 aren't happening. Oh, okay. So that is all I wanted to get to today. Ooh, it is super chilly in here. I left all the windows open in the other rooms. I'm cold because the temperature is still dropping drastically at night. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's already after 9. So let's check the sandbox. And I know there's a premiere. It's probably over by now on the Vanguard. So you can go check it out very shortly once you're done with this live stream. Buy my book, buy my book, buy my book. Friday, I'll be on the Letter Hack talking about this. And I'm looking forward to it because I love talking about that book. Let's see. BCAT, PP wants to be Trump so bad. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. People talking about ad blockers now for some reason. See, I see people talking about some things in here, and I don't know where it's coming from, and I'm like, whoa, what kind of conversation have you been having in here? Because I'm curious, and then I want to, like, respond to it or something. Looney Tunes 9000, I'm sorry, did she just have her voice speed up, or is it just me and Timur from the 5 replying? Probably a bit sped up, but then again, she was on stage with Ben Shapiro recently, so maybe that's a side effect of Close Encounters with him. It's entirely possible. Let's see, Looney Tunes. Oh, the premiere starting now? They said at 8. They're probably in a different time zone than me then. So it's probably starting 15 minutes ago then. Okay, I think I'm all cut up. And I'm cold and I'm hungry. So I need to close the windows, put on my Majority Report hoodie, get all cozy, and get something to eat. I don't have much here I don't have much variety here on what I want to eat. So it depends if I feel like cooking or not. I do have some eggs, so I can make my omelet. And what I do is I grate up a whole bunch of cheese and put it in the frying pan and let that get all sizzly. And then I put the egg on top of it. And so then it's like I have a crunchy cheese layer on my omelet. Let's see. Okay, so don't know when my next live stream will be. I'm try to aim for Sundays because that's usually when there's a little bit more or less conflict with other shows. But my biggest priority starting tomorrow is getting my other book published and out there. And if I get 100,000 subscribers to this channel, I'll tell you exactly which book it is. Oh, still trying to get over 8,000 subscribers. It's been toggling. Like it's low enough in subscribers. It's like I know if 1 or 2 people have joined or left because it toggles after like any 10 plus or minus, you know. Oh. So I'm working on it. Hopefully. And then once the other book is published, then I can finally, by then it'll be roughly the end of the election. And then I can put all of my devotion into finishing this stupid TYT video. I'll still pluck away at it, but at this point, I think it is very safe to say it will not be done before the election is over. I will pluck away at it, and hopefully mid-May. Well, I don't even want to put a day on it, really, as to when I think I might get it done, just given how much work has to go into it. But yeah. So let's do the thing. There we go. All of those things. Missing one. There we go. Oh, I put on that one when I didn't need to. Yeah, all of these things. Thank you so much to everyone who has become a patron. I super appreciate it. It really does help me out. I also have an Amazon wish list in the link below. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm speaking fine. Linked below in the description box for people who are able to help me out that way. If you have a few extra bucks, buy the book. That would help a lot. The Necroplasm, this one right here. Just to get it out in the algorithms a bit more and picked up by Amazon a little bit more. Yeah. Pixel Snob, nice stream, really nice art, new subscriber here. Well, welcome. Thank you so much, and thank you for saying hi in the Sandbox. Yes, Friday I'll be on the Letter Hack to talk about my book. I'm looking forward to it. I may or may not be in costume. It's a book about vampires. Tomorrow from the 5, there will always be an election after which the TYT video will be done and ready to go afterwards, lol. Well, as for big Canadian elections that I'm paying attention to after the federal election is done, because we just had the Ontario election, I'll be able to focus on the TYT video that I plan on doing, but getting my other book published is the priority. I have a timeline on that. But yeah. And yeah, also ongoing vet bills for my kitty cat, Frodo, who is still knocking on anything resembling wood, doing well. He's like 18 now. That cat he's amazing. He is my world. But he has daily medication that I have to give him that he hates. But it keeps him eating. And as long as he keeps on eating, he's fine. And even at his age, with his 2-year-old brother, can go and tussle down and play fights every day, which is just... Seeing them get along really does warm my heart in such a way, because I was so hoping to find him siblings that he actually gets along with before he passes on. And so to see him get a few years with that, it's amazing. It's so amazing. I love that cat to death. But any help with his ongoing vet bills would be appreciated, and you can do that with the PayPal link in the description box below, or an e-transfer if you're Canadian to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. Thank you to all the mods for keeping the Sandbox clean of turds, and you can follow me on all of these social medias here. But also check out more of my art. The new pictures that I did, not of Emma, but of the other drawings, are now on my website, and people can buy prints if you want. I'm still working on this one. Of Emma. Because I'm not completely satisfied with it yet. So, I'll be working on it. Tweaking it. There's just something right about there that I don't like. That I need to fix. And there's other drawings that I want to get to and stuff too. But like I said, my first priority is getting that other book done. And then I can work on other things. So, everyone, go check out the Vanguard. They put together their premiering, I guess, a documentary of sorts that they did. So go check that out. And thank you to everyone who is just liking and subscribing and all that. It really does help. And I appreciate you all. So let's do this. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.